You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Someone clip this!
Just say chat, someone clip.
Someone clip this! Someone clip this!
He isn't afraid.
Yeah, we're on a boat. We crashed.
You know the way.
Do you know the way? Do you know the way? Are you the best pigeon?
Made it.
Boat, botte.
Ah. Can you hear me well? In principle, I should, but I don't know. Fuck off, music. Can you hear me? There you go. Okay. Let me open OBR, dynamic resolution. Oh, there we go. Now I need to find the game. It's mine. Can I? Okay, let me. Oh my god, how far it is. Oh, I'm close. Ah, my eyes. Oh, la. Should do it. How the scene or being outside. I'm shouting much is a great way to spend Saturday afternoon. Sorry, man. Oh, so laggy. Language, English. Voice, Nihongo. hard to hit. Yes. Other minute, boys. Oh, the lag fix it? I think so. Kind. One second. Okay. Thank you, Matt. There you go. Character voice, and that I going to give it sound effect to half. There you go. Welcome to Ruin Marbles. Here you learn the basics of movements and action. Oh. No one like Daño. Oh, there. Oh. 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 Akira. I think I broke the game. Smile. Put this there. Eek. I fucking hate this. Let me check. Where the fuck am I? There you go. You know what? I'm going to change to fucking sat down. Oh. Later. Let me check. You guys. Okay. Options, posture, sitting. Okay. Welcome to the Magus. Here we are, Magus. Finish mode the player on Magus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oof. Ooh. No, maybe I cannot stream this game. Such. Yep. I don't know why. Wait, I should have another game. I wanted to play that one though. Let me see. We have maybe this one, more chill one. take on. Oh. Are you launching or what? Fuck off. Oh. Launch este enviamos. This one. Now let me put this. Let me touch this. Oh my god. That was really nice. There you go. Why so laggy? And I tried recording. And it works so well. Oh no, wait. It's going good. What the hell? Wait. Why is only on my... Oh. Let me do something. Just in case it's this shit. There you go. Oh wait. English, motherfucker. Text color. Something very bright. I'm reading this under an appreciated mental strain since by tonight I shall be no more. Autoplay. Sure. Okay. Then was a faithful interactive adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft work, focusing on story and atmosphere. You will not find difficult choices, action, sequence inventory, management. Okay.
I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain, since by tonight I shall be no more.
You will encounter interactive elements. That's a fact about the original short story, historical background, and author. And to focus your eyes. Okay. Chat. My god, there's not bad. Can I move? Come è supposto pulso?
Penniless, and at the end of my supply of the drug which alone makes life endurable, I can bear the torture no longer, and shall cast myself from this garret window into the squalid street below. Do not think from my slavery to morphine that I am a weakling or a degenerate. When you have read these hastily scrawled pages, you may guess, though never fully realize, why it is that I must have forgetfulness or death.
Morphine. Morphine intended to use in the 19th century and was routinely administered to treat severe pain during the American Civil War. Oh, I didn't know. I know it was in World War I, but not in the Civil War of USA. It was a solid without restriction. Solid without restriction. It became more popular after the invention of the economic signature of Felix Stoner will face such a stance with dreams, and in this time when Dagon was published, morphine abuse, known as soldier's disease, already was crawling to the United States. You can read the Discovery TV immediately go back. Anything else?
It was in one of the most open and least frequented parts of the broad Pacific that the packet of which I was supercargo fell a victim to the German sea raider.
Well,
The Great War was then at its very beginning, and the ocean forces of the Hun had not completely sunk to their later degradation. So that our vessel was made a legitimate prize, whilst we of her crew were treated with all the fairness and consideration due us as naval prisoners.
wonder what he's going to say. That's the flag of. Oh wait, we are prison. The Huns were a Central Asian nomads who established a nation in Europe, the Roman Empire in the Huns. Oh. Yeah. The issue of the word Huns as synonym for Shermans in order. Then however the term originated in the Sherman Emperor Wilhelm II. Blah 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 blah.
So liberal, indeed, was the discipline of our captors that 5 days after we were taken, I managed to escape alone in a small boat with water and provisions for a good length of time.
Oh.
When I finally found myself adrift and free, I had but little idea of my surroundings. Never a competent navigator, I could only guess vaguely by the sun and stars that I was somewhat south of the equator. Of the longitude, I knew nothing, and no island or coastline was in sight.
Oh, the sun. Anything else? No, only the sun. Or moon, I don't know.
The weather kept fair, and for uncounted days I drifted aimlessly beneath the scorching sun, waiting either for some passing ship or to be cast on the shores of some habitable land.
Ah, the game. What did I give the name? How is his name called? Elon? Kiki, could you change the name of the game? Is can I? How do I write in this? I already forgot. Wait, maybe I can make it. Maybe I can make it. I got this. I got this. And that one. Okay. Upgrades.
But neither ship nor land appeared, and I began to despair in my solitude upon the heaving vastness of unbroken blue.
Man, I miss you.
The change happened whilst I slept.
Oh,
Its details I shall never know. For my slumber, though troubled and dream-infested, was continuous.
oh, look, that one is. Ha! That one is kind of funny. Look at those.
When at last I awoke, it was to discover myself half sucked into a slimy expanse of hellish black mire, which extended about me in monotonous undulations as far as I could see, and in which my boat lay grounded some distance away. Though one might well imagine that my first sensation would be of wonder at so prodigious and unexpected a transformation of scenery, I was in reality more horrified than astonished. For there was in the air and in the rotting soil a sinister quality which chilled me to the very core. The region was putrid with the carcasses of decaying fish and of other
Oh, that
less
one is pretty
describable.
Oh, sorry.
Perhaps I should not hope to convey in mere words the unutterable hideousness that can dwell in absolute silence and barren immensity. There was nothing within hearing and nothing in sight save a vast reach of black slime, yet the very completeness of the stillness and the homogeneity of the landscape oppressed me with a nauseating fear. The sun was blazing down from a sky which seemed to me almost black in its cloudless cruelty, as though reflecting the inky marsh beneath my feet. As I crawled into the stranded boat, I realized that only one theory could explain my position.
Which one?
Through some unprecedented volcanic upheaval, a portion of the ocean floor must have been thrown to the surface, exposing regions for which innumerable millions of years had lain hidden under unfathomable watery depths.
Huh?
So great was the extent of the new land which had risen beneath me that I could not detect the faintest noise of the surging ocean, straining my ears as I might. Nor were there any seafowl to prey upon the dead things.
I mean, free food.
For several hours I sat thinking or brooding in the boat, which lay upon its side and afforded a slight shade as the sun moved across the heavens. As the day progressed, the ground lost some of its stickiness and seemed likely to dry sufficiently for traveling purposes in a short time. That night,
Oh, sorry. Fuck. I didn't want to do that. Ah, well. That night something. Hey, the moon. I love them.
on the third morning, I found the soil dry enough to walk upon with ease. The odor of the fish was maddening, but I was too much concerned with graver things to mind so slight an evil, and set out boldly for an unknown goal. All day I forged steadily westward, guided by a faraway hummock which rose higher than any other elevation on the rolling desert.
What's that? Oh yeah.
That night, I encamped, and on the following day still travelled toward the hummock, though that object seemed scarcely nearer than when I had first espied it. By the fourth evening, I attained the base of the mound, which turned out to be much higher than it had appeared from a distance.
Yeah.
An intervening valley setting it out in sharper relief from the general surface. Too weary to ascend, I slept in the shadow of the hill. I know not why my dreams were so wild that night.
Yeah.
But ere the waning and fantastically gibbous moon had risen far above the eastern plain, I was awake in a cold perspiration, determined to sleep no more.
Oh my god, that dude is playing Warframe.
Such visions as I had experienced were
Can you see
too
that?
much for me to endure again.
I don't know if you could see. Oh well.
And in the glow of the moon, I saw how unwise I had been to travel by day.
Oh no, I don't think you see it.
Without the glare of the parching sun, my journey would have cost me less energy.
Oh.
Indeed, I now felt quite able to perform the ascent which had deterred me at sunset.
Oh my god, that's a mouthful.
Picking up my pack, I started for the crest of the eminence. I have said that the unbroken monotony of the rolling plain was a source of vague horror to me. But I think my horror was greater when I gained the summit of the mound and looked down the other side into an immeasurable pit or canyon, whose black recesses the moon had not yet soared high enough to illumine. I felt myself on the edge of the world, peering over the rim into a fathomless chaos of eternal night. Through my terror ran curious reminiscences of Paradise Lost,
What's that?
and of Satan's hideous climb through the unfashioned realms of darkness. As the moon climbed higher in the sky, I began to see that the slopes of the valley were not quite so perpendicular as I had imagined. Ledges and outcroppings of rock afforded fairly easy footholds for a descent. whilst after a drop of only a few hundred feet, the declivity became very gradual. Urged on by an impulse which I cannot definitely analyze, I scrambled with difficulty down the rocks and stood on the gentler slope beneath, gazing into the Stygian deeps where no light had yet penetrated. All at once, my attention was captured by a vast and singular object on the opposite slope, which rose steeply about 100 yards ahead of me. An object that gleamed whitely in the newly bestowed rays of the ascending moon.
Oh, shite.
That it was merely a gigantic piece of stone, I soon assured myself. But I was conscious of a distinct impression that its contour and position were not altogether the work of nature. A closer scrutiny filled me with sensations I cannot express. For despite its enormous magnitude and its position in an abyss which had yawned at the bottom of the sea since the world was young, I perceived beyond a doubt that the strange object was a well-shaped monolith, whose massive bulk had known the workmanship and perhaps the worship of living and thinking creatures. Dazed and frightened, yet not without a certain thrill of the scientist's or archaeologist's delight, I examined my surroundings more closely.
This is a bit...
The moon, now near the zenith, shone weirdly and vividly above the towering steeps that hemmed in the chasm. And revealed the fact that a far-flung body of water flowed at the bottom, winding out of sight in both directions and almost lapping my feet as I stood on the slope. Across the chasm, the wavelets washed the base of the Cyclopean monolith,
Cyclopean,
on whose surface I could now trace both inscriptions and crude sculptures. The writing was in a system of hieroglyphics unknown to me and unlike anything I'd ever seen in books, consisting for the most part of conventionalized aquatic symbols such as fishes, eels, octopi, crustaceans, mollusks, whales, and the like. Several characters obviously represented marine things which are unknown to the modern world, but whose decomposing forms I had observed on the ocean-risen plain. It was the pictorial carving, however, that did most to hold me spellbound.
la la la.
Plainly visible across the intervening water, on account of their enormous size, were an array of bas-reliefs whose subjects would have excited the envy of a Doré. I think that these things were supposed to depict men, at least a certain sort of men, though the creatures were shown disporting like fishes in the waters of some marine grotto, or paying homage at some monolithic shrine which appeared to be under the waves as well. Of their faces and forms I dare not speak in detail, for the mere remembrance makes me grow faint. Grotesque beyond the imagination of a Poe or a Bulwer. They were damnably human in general outline, despite webbed hands and feet, shockingly wide and flabby lips, glassy, bulging eyes, and other features less pleasant to recall. Curiously enough, they seem to have been chiseled badly out of proportion with their scenic background. For one of the creatures was shown in the act of killing a whale, represented as but little larger than himself. I remarked, as I say, their grotesqueness and strange size, but in a moment decided that they were merely the imaginary gods of some primitive fishing or seafaring tribe. Some tribe whose last descendant had perished eras before the first ancestor of the Piltdown or Neanderthal man was born.
I don't know that, Chief.
Awestruck at this unexpected glimpse into a past beyond the conception of the most daring anthropologist, I stood musing whilst the moon cast queer reflections on the silent channel before me.
Queer.
Then, suddenly, I saw it.
What?
With only a slight churning to mark its rise to the surface, the thing slid into view above the dark waters. Polyphemus-like and loathsome, it darted like a stupendous monster of nightmares to the monolith, about which it flung its gigantic scaly arms, the while it bowed its hideous head and gave vent to certain measured sounds. I think I went mad then. Of my frantic ascent of the sloping cliff and of my delirious journey back to the stranded boat, I remember little. Laughed oddly when I was unable to sing. I have indistinct recollections of a great storm sometime after I reached the boat. At any rate, I heard pearls of thunder and other tones which nature utters only in her wildest moods.
Rainy.
When I came out of the shadows, I was in a San Francisco hospital. Brought thither by the captain of the American ship which had picked up my boat in mid-ocean. In my delirium, I had said much, but found that my words had been given scant attention. Of any land upheaval in the Pacific, my rescuers knew nothing. Nor did I deem it necessary to insist upon a thing which I knew they could not believe.
The shrine is...
Once I sought out a celebrated ethnologist and amused him with peculiar questions regarding the ancient Philistine legend of Dagon, the fish god.
Oh.
But soon perceiving that he was hopelessly conventional, I did not press my inquiries. It is at night, especially when the moon is gibbous and waning, that I see the thing. I tried morphine, but the drug has given only transient surcease and has drawn me into its clutches as a hopeless slave. So now I am to end it all, having written a full account for the information or the contemptuous amusement of my fellow men. Often, I ask myself if it could not all have been a pure phantasm, a mere freak of fever as I lay sun-stricken and raving in the open boat after my escape from the German man of war. This I ask myself, but ever does there come before me a hideously vivid vision in reply. I cannot think of the deep sea without shuddering at the nameless things that may at this very moment be crawling and floundering on its slimy bed, worshipping their ancient stone idols and carving their own detestable likenesses on submarine obelisks of water-soaked granite. I dream of a day when they may rise above the billows to drag down into their reeking talons the remnants of puny, war-exhausted mankind. Of a day when the land shall sink and the dark ocean shall ascend amidst universal pandemonium. The end is near. I hear a noise at the door, as of some immense slippery body lumbering against it. It shall not find me. God, that hand! The window!
To the window. Thank you for playing. I see. That's interesting. Oh, I need closer. Oh, never mind.
Scary stories have been accompanying men for centuries. They have many faces and forms. But what is their purpose? Why do we enjoy being afraid so much?
I wasn't afraid.
During our therapy, I'll try to...
Dr. Emerson Napjobs. Oh my god, come on. Achievement is continuable. You want get a set achievements. Okay, I think it's going to be hard, mostly because I don't know why. It's making me very tired. Let me see. Let me see first if there's anything else. Also, I want to see how the stream is doing. Got it. Kinda annoying that Ruin Magus doesn't work. I have the library game. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to normal way. Yeah, it makes me really happy. Oh. How do I do this? With this one? No, with this other one. Okay. Quit link. What the fuck, man? What the hell? It's not like I get dizzy or anything. It's more like I get ippy. And I used to play VR for longer time, like very long time, for hours, and more like shooters. So yeah, I feel like I lost the ability to be more time in it. It's kind of a shame. I feel if I go play like VR chat with friends, I'm going to pass out. I'm going to say hi, I start snoring. Da, 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 da. Oh. Let me see. Oh my god. Oh. Sorry for so much shouting. Yeah, shouting? Mm. Yawning. Oh. Okay. Now we come. What can we do? Let me check. Oh, I had. Wait. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Let me see. Let me put this over here. Oh my god, I'm so hippie. And so, show in the Discord if you want to see an Elara pic that I just took while I was removing the VR headset. Pet appreciation. There we go. A photo of Lara. Lara. There you go. By the way, good news for Pengu, I find a very good long video about Silent Hill. So that exists. Let's see, where are my videos? Oh, I didn't save any second. Oh well. This one. I'm going to leave the video if anyone wants it. But I want to look for a. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Still right? Let's watch this while I do shit. Shared media. B.
Be real. When you hear the name Resident Evil, what comes to mind? Well, if I had to guess, it's probably this. But with every white-knuckled moment of hot-blooded adrenaline and the dumbest one-liners in gaming,
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
there was always another edge to the sword.
He said
a creeping
bingo.
dread just brewing in the deepest parts of your primeval brain. A silence you could feel, with a fear unfounded. God, every time, man. In my youth, I never finished a Resident Evil game. Hell, I'm not even sure I played one. I just never had my hands on one long enough. So every time at a party that the games came up, I was a sitting duck. And if you know the pain about not being a big enough fan to enjoy a series, then well, dear viewer, I have a video for you. I was in your place once, absolutely clueless about the events of the game. I could hardly tell Jill Valentine from Rebecca Chambers. And now that I've got the entirety of the games in my head, I'm not even sure Jill Valentine's real. To those of you new to the series, I've prepared this video as a primer for the franchise as it happened. You'll learn that the chronological timeline of Resident Evil is an absolute fucking nightmare. But don't worry about it. I've done all the hard work of detangling the threads. This video's got chapters for each game, so if you ever need to come back for a refresher, it's here for you. We'll be covering a large portion of lore that happens before the main storyline, all the way up to Shadows of Rose, the most current chronological DLC. I've done the liberty of lumping a few games together that explain the same time frames, and excluding some others for the sake of keeping your brain intact. Trust me, with Resident Evil 6 just existing, that's enough bullshit to cram in your head for one video.
Go ahead. Shoot.
So, for newcomers, here's a good primer. And for series veterans, enjoy me losing my mind trying to make sense of all of this. Huge spoiler warning, by the way, if that wasn't obvious. Okay, grab a drink, sit back, relax, let's get started. So it's 1919. Mother Miranda is a European super biologist and famed cult leader. Yeah, her only daughter dies of the Spanish flu, and this spirals her into a deep, unimaginable depression. Then she's infected by a fungus known only as the mold. The mold fungus changes its host genes and it turns them into superhumans with great strength, durability, insane regenerative capabilities, and some even gain the power to control other individuals infected with the mold. So she uses this to try to revive her daughter via a superhuman vessel for her kid to crawl into. She then experiments on the residents of her village for decades. Flash forward, it's the 1950s. Mother Miranda tutors a young virologist by the name of Oswell E. Spencer, where which Oswell becomes morbidly fascinated with the process of genetic mutation. As Miranda continues to research to try to reincarnate her child, Oswell breaks away to study human mutagens. A decade passes. It's now 1960. 3 virologists go to West Africa to study the stairway to the sunflower. Yeah, that's its real name. From this, they synthesized the progenitor virus, the first of many viruses created by Umbrella Pharmaceuticals, which was founded in 1968. You just need to know Umbrella is a front for biological weapons. They're not a pharmaceutical company. And from here, Oswald Spencer commissioned architect George Trevor to make the Spencer Mansion, the secret Umbrella facility under the Arklay Mountains. And to thank him, Oswald kidnaps George's wife Jessica and his daughter Lisa Trevor. Guess what? They're test subjects for the progenitor virus. Because of course they are. Lisa Trevor herself was tested on for at least a decade. Student virologist William Birkin discovers the G virus from Lisa, and it's a mutation of the progenitor virus. This doesn't make zombies. This makes monsters beyond human recognition. And there's regenerative properties that add extra limbs to the mutation if they get blown off or whatever. It's horrific. It's around this time where James Marcus becomes the director of Umbrella, and he focuses on the progenitor virus. Marcus and Spencer hate each other's guts, and he hates him so much Spencer plans a coup against him.
I will take over your research.
Wesker, Birkin.
And meanwhile, the launch of two separate projects are underway. Project W and Project Code Veronica, both with the objective of synthesizing the progenitor virus and creating exceptional human beings with extraordinary power. Put a pin in that one, it's super important later, we'll come back to it. It's now 1978. William Birkin and Albert Wesker join Umbrella. Dr. Marcus combines the progenitor virus with leech DNA and Ebola RNA and creates the T virus. And this makes zombies. Pay attention to that one. This is probably the most important plot device in history. Like, this is the T virus. The T virus. Anyways, Oswald hates this idea and he shuts down the facility. Wesker and Birkin move to the lab and work continues for a full decade. It's the 1980s now, and the T. Veronica virus is created. It's made by Alexia Ashford, a member of Edward Ashford's family with sort of dubious origins. Anyways, she uses this strain on her quasi-father Alexander Ashford, who turns into a fucking monster. She then sees to use it on herself. Why? I don't know. And then goes into cryosleep. Okay, got it. It's now 1988. Wesker kills Dr. Marcus on behalf of Spencer. And Birkin starts research on the first Tyrant BOW. Badass creature designs, love these guys. Birkin had so many good boy points racked up from Spencer that he got his own lab underneath the Midwestern paradise of Raccoon City. It's now 1993, and Birkin moves all of his shit to the Raccoon City lab, known as Nest. Raccoon City is in the pocket of Spencer, and Brian Irons, the chief of RPD, accepts bribes to just keep quiet about the whole thing. And finally, it's 1996, just 3 years after. The Raccoon City Police Department establishes STARS, Special Tactics and Rescue Service, helmed by none other than Albert Wesker. Now, let the games begin. Now, I know that was probably a huge lore dump, and trust me, we don't really get into anything that big again, but we get close. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, all you gotta know is like, hey, the T-virus is real, and there are 3 dudes who are up to no good. Yeah, and they're kind of dickheads. Okay, all right, let's get into it. It's now July 1998. Umbrella's own Ecliptic Express is full of T-virus leeches, and this makes everybody zombies. Bravo Team STARS officer Rebecca Chambers finds the train after her team's helicopter crashes en route to a murder investigation. It's here where she meets Billy Cohen, an escaped convict and deserter of the 1997 African Civil War. All you need to know is that the dude straight up refused to murder villagers, and now he's on a train straight from hell. Seems fair? Together they end up in a derelict Umbrella executive facility. This is where they discover that the late Dr. Marcus was the creator of the T-virus. And meanwhile, Wesker and Birkin lose control of the virus. Wesker decides, fuck this, and leaves for Umbrella's rival company. So now Birkin's gotta make the choice between Wesker or the G-virus. And he chooses the virus. I mean, it's his life's work. Wesker explains to Birkin that the STARS members are perfect training dummies for the Tyrants. Birkin doesn't really give a shit. He just blows up the facility. Okay, dude, got it. Cool. Rebecca meets with her captain, Enrico Marini, and he tells her to rendezvous at the Spencer mansion. And while Wesker's fleeing from the explosion, he meets with Colonel Sergei Vladimir, who is kind of Spencer's attack dog. And look, he accuses Wesker of screwing the pooch with almost no responsibility taken, and then Wesker fights Sergei's tyrant, which he defeats because he's Albert Wesker. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Billy reunite and fight the Queen Leech. She's Marcus's final experiment. They kind of use each other like puppets. Anyways, they beat her ass, and the building blows the fuck up. In the end, Rebecca lets Billy go and heads towards the mansion to find her team. But so do Wesker and Vladimir. It's now July 24th, 1998. The STARS Alpha team is sent to find the fate of the Bravo team. The squad's comprised of Jill Valentine, Chris Redfield, Barry Burton, and who else but Albert Wesker. The player's got the choice between Jill or Chris, and the story's dependent on this choice. The chosen character explores the mansion while the other one is just stuck in a jail cell for most of the game.
You made it.
Enrico Marini knows something's up, and that there's a traitor among us. Jill or Chris discovers Umbrella's involvement with the experiments, and eventually they make their way down the underground lab and find who else? Albert Wesker. Obviously, he's a traitor. He then jabs himself with a T-virus, and then he lets out a tyrant. What? Why? The tyrant immediately turns to Wesker and skewers him because it's a tyrant. Anyways, Wesker is dead. It's finally defeated by a staple savior of the series, a rocket-powered grenade, or what we'll be calling for the rest of the games, a well-timed RPG. Wesker is not dead, and he's on his way out of the exploding facility when he's confronted by Lisa Trevor. She doesn't stand a chance in hell against him, so he just fucking... And she's dead.
Nobody's perfect. Not even you, Lisa.
And finally, he decides it's time to join Umbrella's rival. Finally. The events of Resident Evil 3 occur immediately after the mansion incident. STARS returns to Raccoon City on its last legs. Umbrella's called into official investigation, and Chief Irons doesn't really like that. Chris, Jill, Rebecca, and Barry all decide it's time to go rogue. Chris goes to Europe, but Jill stays in Raccoon City to get to the lab. Months pass, and it's September 1998. Raccoon City's water supply is now contaminated with the T-virus. This infects the whole population, and Umbrella uses this for bioweapon testing, because of course they do. And the weapon in question? A BOW tyrant, dubbed Nemesis. Jill is stalked throughout the entire game by Nemesis, to the point that it beats the shit out of her in her own apartment. Dude, chill out. It's only stopped by Carlos, wielding a well-timed RPG. Do you miss those? Jill has to cooperate with the Umbrella operatives, given that Carlos is a member. And in a subway station, she meets Mikhail Victor, a platoon leader from Umbrella. He tells her to get to the substation and get it working so the train...
Okay, one second. Let's get this over with. Time to spin the wheel. We have Monster Hunter Wars, Persona 5 Tactics, Phantom Brigade, Shadow Fallout, and Cybercorp. Shadows Fallout. Shadows Fallout or Shadows? Oh yeah. Okay. Bye.
Train can get a move on. On her way, she tends to a wounded person who is immediately domed by a mysterious man. This is Nikolai Zinoviev.
Zinoviev.
What an introduction. Clearly Nikolai is a bad fucking dude, but that doesn't become obvious until... Nemesis finds the crew in the train and blows that shit up. As they're running, Nikolai leaves Jill alone in the train.
Nikolai, what are you doing?
I mean, it's just looking for her anyways. This prompts Mikhail to take action to save everyone on board by becoming a living fireball. And eventually, in a nasty fight, Jill is infected by Nemesis. To which Nikolai seems pretty okay with. And with her convulsing on the cobblestone, she's left fighting for her life. Cold and alone. While Jill fights for her life, we're introduced to Claire Redfield. She's searching for her older brother Chris in Raccoon City.
Hello?
And it's here where she meets newcomer and heartthrob Leon S. Kennedy. Together they both prepare to survive, but a car blows the fuck up and separates the two, so they decide to meet at the police department. And this turns out to be a pretty bad idea because there are zombies there, but there are zombies fucking everywhere. So, take your pick. Leon learns that Chief Irons is obfuscating evidence of the Umbrella activities, and it's here where he meets Ada Wong.
Who is that?
It's just me. So you can put that thing away.
An FBI agent tasked with a full-scale Umbrella investigation. She's also the only character to rival Leon in sexiness.
Where's Leon? I need him.
Just putting that out there. It's not an unpopular opinion. Also, Claire is trying her absolute best to just hang in there. And it's here where she meets Sherry Birkin, who is being chased by a nasty freak monster. This is
wait
Umbrella
one second.
scientist William Birkin, her father. You remember that guy? He was trying to betray Umbrella and sell the G-Virus, but Umbrella hated that idea, and they turned him into Swiss cheese. But before he died, he dosed himself with the strain and became a monster. So while he's fighting the Umbrella goons, he lets out several T samples and they infect rats. This is how the virus contaminates the water system. Raccoon City is William's fault. And there are only 2 survivors of William's outburst. And only one of those 2 makes it out by the end. And this is where Special Agent Hunk is introduced.
That's why he's the GOAT.
The sole survivor and certified badass. Commonly referred to in-game as the Grim Reaper.
I wanted to meet the Grim Reaper.
He's the Resident Evil equivalent to Brock Samson. I mean, this dude made his own fighting style against zombies. Like, he's that cool. Also, I know Hunk sounds like a goofy fucking name, but it's an acronym. And what does that stand for, you might ask?
Human units never killed.
God, that is so cool. Anyways, Leon finds a sample of the G-Virus and decides to destroy the lab in which he found it. But surprise, it's Willie Birkin. He's eventually bested, but not long after, Ada reveals she's not actually FBI. Our first big plot twist. Not really. She's an independent mercenary who's here to get the G-Virus and sell it. But Leon still tries his best to save Ada when the facility starts to blow the fuck up. But she slips, falls, and plummets to her fate.
Take care of yourself, Leon.
No! Ada is surely dead. She's not dead, by the way. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Leon and Claire make it out of the facility alive with Sherry Birkin. And as they see the sun rise, something they thought they were never promised again, they vow to stick together and bring down Umbrella.
So, are you guys like boyfriend and girlfriend?
No. A well-deserved, happy ending. Jill's infected with the T-Virus. Oops. Carlos finds her on the ground and rescues her to help her find a vaccine. Also, Raccoon City's about to get fucking nuked, by the way. Just thought I should tell you.
Raccoon City will be completely destroyed in a missile strike.
So Carlo and Jill head to Nest 2, another underground lab, and she eventually gets the vaccine. Yippee! Nikolai hates this idea, so he grabs the vaccine from Jill. He throws her down into the basement, and they tussle with Nemesis one last time. Does this count as another RPG moment? I'm gonna count it as an RPG moment. Anyways, Nikolai hates this, so he shoots the vaccine. Alright, fuck this, man. Jill and Carlos hate this idea, and they beat his ass. He offers insider information if they take him with them, but Jill tells him to fuck right off, and flies away as Raccoon City turns into a crater. Also, Umbrella gets sued by the US government, so take that fat L, you fucking losers. Alright, this one's a little bit more of like a footnote. I'm not gonna go too crazy into this one, just saying. It's got a pretty convoluted plot line, which is a hallmark of the later games. Yeah, Art Thompson is an associate of Leon S. Kennedy, so he gets sent to Sheena Island, where Umbrella's doing...
Holy heck, how has it been 15 months already? I feel so old.
Same, King, same. Smile. Thank you for the varieties. My 15. Oh my god. 5 plus 10 months. Smile. Hehe. Yeah. It's been a long time.
Really weird shit. Vincent Goldman, the bigwig there, is intentionally causing an outbreak to cover his tracks. If there's 2 things this game proves is that nothing was gonna stop an outbreak, and Leon probably went to go investigate Umbrella after Resident Evil 2. Like, it's pretty much canon by this point. Okay? Okay. It's now December 1998. After Raccoon City's incident, Claire Redfield searches for Chris in Europe, from which she's captured by Umbrella and taken to Rockford Island, ran by Alfred Ashford, the genetic clone of Veronica Ashford. While Alexia's in cryosleep, he's developed something of a coping mechanism, believing he's also Alexia at the same time as Alfred. They treat this with a lot of respect. Claire manages to escape, but is in another T-virus outbreak. Surprise! It's here where she meets Steve Burnside, who is a potential love interest, also an ally, and they stop together at an Antarctic outpost, where eventually Chris catches wind of all of this, and he makes his way to Rockford Island. But he doesn't find Claire, he finds his old captain, Albert fucking Wesker, who is basically a god at this point thanks to the T-virus. He escapes Wesker, and he heads to Antarctica to save Claire. But Steve dies for Claire by turning back to normal for a second and saving Claire from Alexia. It's like a power of love kind of thing, I think. Anyways, they avenge Steve by killing the mutated Alexia.
Hyperindustrialism has swept the planet. The old Bourbon Empire has crumbled, giving away the united Atlantic state and the first selected mega corporation present in history, Stark Cola. As he Leo's Rhine cities have become polluted island. Workers dream of escaping the fields and exclusive retirement district fewer will ever see. Rival corporations vie for power police by the private Stark Cola enforcers. Starks. Some say justice now only exists in the shadows. I have a doubt about that. Shadows of a doubt. Smile. Title drop. Title. The Dead of Night. Oh, wait. Awake again. I can see shark shit. So cool. Turn off the bedside light. Get up. You can run by holding left, crouch, and shoot with space. Okay. Goodbye. Turn on the light switch on the lounge. I read. Oh, on the lounge. In the kitchen. When within range of positive interaction will be display button of the screen. Oh yeah, I see them. Yellow, yeah. No, who this? Wrong number. I have screwdriver, okay. Advertisement, inspect. Clean air, sunshine. What do I have in here? Oh.
Angel Harris.
Now, how do you know about Angel?
You walk the fathoms long enough. You get to know the rats. Buy me a coffee and I'll tell you about it.
Case war. When you inspect an item, bring some evidence to window that can be pinned in your case war. Finn Laurel Hardeman. Hardeman? how I connect them.
AUGH, new rejuvenation clinic, opening soon. Customers by nomination only. Contact your local AUGH representative
A
to
knife.
find out more.
Laurel Hardeman. Is with the H. Hamilton Hardeman here. I will prepare it. Find your detective equipment. Open up. It's locked. Files? Document. This is a nation. Oh, money. So, here. Oh, money. Is it a sun? Really? Oh, there's another over here. What's... Lock picking. Give a camper clips and eye pins. This can be used for picking locks. Yes, and strength. Do you know how many picks you need to complete? I see. Toothpaste. Let's see. the stuff. Inventory. Your assignment X. El status. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of luck. Oh, there's 2 files only. Okay. Pick up the key of my apartment. Open the plan a route. Oh. Let me see. Unlock. Yeah. What the? What the fuck is that? What happened? The game is way too dark. Is there like... Oh, let's remove the... Wait. Under train frequency... Headball 0. Yeah. My god, you can... Nice. There's no way to... Oh, yes. If... this is not light option. Review, rain data... Oof, the 9th.
Thanks. Never had you down as a drinker, Lieutenant. I'm not.
The 9th. My god. Could it be in a second floor? Fucking 9th. To know if a door is locked or not, you will first have to try open it. The door can be lockable. It's locked. Very can enter a room is a way to check if camera control the map is using the breaker connected to the car. This. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do. You finished somewhere in front of you. You're not kissing the window there.
You hadn't worked for years. You've got a record longer than a floor beauty catalog. No court would touch you for any position an inch above the gutter.
Oh.
Am I on the right track?
No citizen. On the window of Laura. Asian adult. Window of shark shit. No, wait. Fuck off.
You stumbled upon a sweat job.
I will move from caliber munition. Wait. How you? Cause of death. Let me put. Yep. I fucking. No. Everything else is going on. The victim has been made a shot of the hand.
Turn the condo over and scrap. Only when you saw the place, something changed. It was real nice, wasn't it? 28 floors up.
Okay.
That rosewood and gold trim got you soured up inside. So you decided to take things further.
Turn around in the corridor. Hi, Tango. How you doing, Tango? So, Tango Cafe. ¿Cómo vas?
Hola a todos.
Oh.
Mi nombre es Takao o Takao Café. Soy un camarero VTuber, un streamer de variedad y un artista.
Look at Takao. El Takao Cafe now. Hi, Otto. Thank you for the rain. How was Ark Knights? Oh, that's the new gacha game, right? I saw it for a bit. So, autumn steps. Nope. Let's see what we get. Oh.
Oh no!
Wait, what?
I was slightly too slow.
You do be like that
Good to
sometimes.
know there's enough explosive power in that airstrike to kill me.
Muli.
I'm using another shoutout thingy. This one seems to be working in regards of the time. So yeah, that's cool. In the turn, we are playing Shadows of Doubt, which is a sandbox randomly generated investigation game, and I think that's pretty much it. Early on I was doing some VR, but I got TP. I don't know why it's getting me so EP VR. Hope you had a good stream, Takao. I know you were going for a long time, so please take care of yourself, as well as all the raiders. So yeah, hope you had a good day. Go rest, go drink, go lie down and eat. We are trying to investigate.
I'm gonna squeal? I know you're going to squeal, mister.
This was, let me... What it was? What the fuck? H... There you go. Here.
Franklin, you're going to give me
What the hell?
names.
No. Hold on. There is no. We have this. This is a pattern in which I was told to find. And now let me see. Anything so far? Thank you. Yeah. I have a troublesome encounter with. And then wait. Why I cannot wait? What? Hello, game. Let me. Can I? Why I cannot create? Oh, cool.
How much do they pay you for a hatchet job like that? Enough for you to convince yourself it would be the last one.
My God. Looking
Enough to get
around.
that family of yours away for good.
What's
Shut up.
storage?
Oh, I know all about you, Mr. Franklin.
Oh,
I know you.
files. Doctor's encryption. From the text of grandma say. Huh. Let's say. Okay. Louder. Chronic pain and depression. Okay.
Out in the field. Just two.
Doctor.
Demons left, and it's yours. Far away from here. A patch of grass.
Employee. Okay, we know where she worked at.
Walls to call your own. I'm afraid you have to get.
Optical prescription. She uses glasses. tenancy agreement down upon the landlord. Okay. Oh, wait. Let me. Total collapse. Okay.
You know what happens to that night?
This, oh, that's good. Okay. What's the tampons?
Living on trash and bleeding heart funds.
So these upgrade by oh, interesting. And this is okay.
Go to hell. I ain't no stupid.
Sure you're not.
It was Zoika. She got the job.
Who else
How do I?
was in on it?
Lucas Crumb.
Okay.
Lucas?
Sync disk ready by installed. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's him.
Hey, money.
Who was the hatchet man, Franklin?
Video
淀粉
tape.
可乐，城市生活让你沮丧，
The
需要
fuck
一点
Chinese?
嘶嘶声来提一下精神。来杯淀粉可乐，我们改良后的新配方非常适合居家、工作和。
Remember past calls this time. Count backwards from 6. Okay.
娱乐享用，为您提供所需的能量。
Business car. Animation official.
淀粉可乐给生活。
He's supposed to have the group leader side, so I don't know what I'm supposed to put down, but that's why it sounds like a good idea. Everything sounds like a good idea when it says. Try to put down on a star notifications. Who's this Knox? Right. Acquaintance. I think it's that favorite. Let Khaled. Shahana. Stash. Yes. Try to get outside. Want to do this email. That's where about now it says. Something myself. What the live. Sus.
增添活力。
Oh, there's something. What's that? The new. Oh, I cannot read it. The new left, huh? Okay.
Then, new rejuvenation clinic opening soon. Customers by nomination only. Contact your local AUGH representative to find out more.
Ulrich. Vehicle wait. How did I do that? Here. Ah, okay. Chef knife. I I should drop all this shit. Attack. Oh. Oh, it's a weapon. No, maybe not.
I don't think I like that. Harris. Or should I call you? Angel. Oh, I didn't know you were sweet on me. Let's cut the small talk. You got pep. I like that. They told me that was so. Who told you? The rats?
Address book. Oh. Size 4.
Hey, take it easy, Duchess. Who brings a piece to a party, huh? This is a party, ain't it?
Stinky.
Go climb your thumb.
Oh, I'm the stinky one.
Yeah, you might be a big gal on your own streets, but down here,
It's
you
a
ain't nothing but a piece of
no.
meat for the parasites.
Are you finding out? No, I'm trying to.
So
I
hungry,
got
we don't
a.
waste a thing.
Okay,
Not even a little.
let's wind up. I got a note in my house. Find Laurel Hartman. And I'm investigating. I found in Laurel Hartman this, this department, and this dead body.
Yeah, he got his good. I stuck him in the guts. Gives a man time to think when he buys it that way, you know? Flopping around like a catfish there on the floor. Made a whole lot of noise.
Wait, I need to find here. Inspect wallet. Huh. Okay. Key. Credit card. Money. Organ donor card. Blood type. Okay, so that means the body is discards. No, not. Tonight you need a piece. You need a piece. Go to Crafts and Hover. Knock, then give password rampage. She, which is maybe. What's that? This, by the way, is the tutorial mission. Shopping leaks. Hamburger. Reuben sandwich. Chateau d'Arc. You French. Save code. Save for. Wait, what? Save 543. Yeah. The thing is already open, so no point in doing so.
Gemsteader, the only beer made with real hop extract for pure old-fashioned refreshment. 10% extract from dried, canned, or powdered sources of non-UAS origin.
Can I push this? No. This? Footsteps. Coming from. From here. Duct tape. Affirmature things this way, you don't need anyone's approval. Oh, okay. Wait, what's that? Your ID. Oh, interesting. Wait, what? Lawrence Hammer work. This is a mess. Okay. What's the cartilage here?
The lean, mean rolling machine. Lynn the Spin Teowen. Back from a one-game suspension after getting caught red-handed with a cigarette. Ray the Play Vargas. And here we go as the first player steps up to Le Cercle Rouge.
Can I do something
Up to
with...
the line, quick lob. Right hand. There for a strike. It's a booming strike on the left ball, knocking it way out to pasture. Wherever you're listening, don't forget to visit the concession stand or bar to pick up a bottle of pure, cold, old-fashioned refreshment. There it goes, risking 2 balls just inches from the jack. Let's see if the opposing team can exploit the situation. Let's see how they answer. And the boom curves. Too far, 1 foul.
Interesting. So, pick up. Oh.
It's a booming strike on the left ball, knocking it way out to pasture. That's a fastball, snapping straight to the center of the piece. During last week's pool game, the champion team treated us with a pure, old-fashioned rolling and brought it home. 3-1. And look at that backspin. Just what we've come to expect from the veteran. During last week's pool game, the champion team treated us with some pure, old-fashioned rolling and brought it home. 3-1. Here comes the big ruler, getting ready for a good one.
She has.
It's a curveball, swooping straight out to 8 meters 43.
Okay. Couple. 3, 4, 5, 3. No.
Just inches from the jack. Let's hear her taking time with it. Pumps once, pumps twice. Fastball right down.
Let's see.
That's right. Whether it's starch or stutter, there's nothing better. Here it rolls as the second pointer races to reach the circle.
Type B belongs to somewhere. Nobody else lives here. So someone break in and it's in here.
For a successful endeavor, reach for a steader.
Dial 541 000.
Side is up. Let's see how they answer.
Okay.
It's right up against the piglet's cheek. Now that's what I call a scratching.
Let me see. She called at that number at 2030 and wait, okay, last call. Let me see. Plus a telephone. Oh yeah. Okay, at 0. Nothing. Hey, normal size. Wait, let me.
Here comes the umpire with a bit of stick beef. And look at that.
Size 4. Size 8. 12.
Up to the line, quick lob. Right-hander for a strike. Quick lob, right-hander for a strike. No, ma'am, there's nothing better than a steader. The terror is taking time with it. To the center of the field. 7.3. What you'd expect from this.
Oh. How do I close it? No. What's your back, rat? Interesting. Oh, here. An empty that has also come into a bar. That Fresco River Restaurant. Huh. Monday. What day is? Tuesday. Let me see. This looks like someone's mother. There must be another way. Ugh. I'm cold. The hell is this place? These are other people's. Fuck. Uh-oh. It's too cold. I'm stinky. I'm cool, man. Someone is trembling in the kitchen. I don't know. Mauritius humongous rats. So that, huh? Feeling banana phone. That doesn't look like a good idea. Just a big rat, maybe. Fuck, I didn't. How the fuck do I escape? This is a kitchen. It's a camera. How the fuck do I escape? Sixth floor landing. Oh. Never mind. I'm in the 6th floor. Love to be able to Now I'm in the outside. Now I'm in the 5th. Inside the house. No.
Folks, what they said or did, it's who they were. Henry, lock the door, you.
Precious. Another case resolution from the city hall. Oh. You can say you're using the resolve button. Resolve button. I have this. Actually, this is better. I know where she works. Very fun. Actually, I have. Oh. Investigate office. Phone call. Find the telephone room to commit at Edridge High. Find the telephone. It is 143-368. 143-368. 3. Let's begin. What's your name? As if I tell you, you already said it. National termination. What are you doing? Come see, come see. Who do I? Okay, salute. She called live. That's interesting. She called live before, then Who was she dying with? Find the telephone router cabinet at Edrish. Right. Wait, what's this? This is. What's this? I don't have any disc. And she didn't seem like she's some. What's that? Oh, affirmations. Person, Talibab to Etrish Heights. Database, service, onshore resilience, financial zone. Reach high. No, possible. Right? No, I can't. How do I change the thing that's it? Help? Track. Case. This is understand for the film was arrested. Even to more still in front of their phones. By making a team not passing them, running rates, barricading doors, conversation statues. Find the telephone router cabinet at Edrish Heights. Where is that? No. Another player. Open apartment folder. No. Brook Street. Okay. This is... Oh, this is minus 2. Cabinet at Reich Heights. At Reich Heights. Oh, here. En route. Breaker box. Let's see if I can enter here. Oh yes, I can. Oh shite. Wait. No, that's going to take them one way or another. Enter. Need to alarm switch. Sabotage. No, I need it. Wait, what's this? Where am I going? What's this? I will have to risk it. Okay. Oh. from... Oh. Okay. Okay. Let me see. En route. Can I take the elevator? That is kinda nice. How are you doing? Why do you care? You know this person? You know this person with money? Aku. Nothing at all. Can I come in and take a look around? Sorry, but I don't know you. Do you know this person?
Good evening, citizens, and may I welcome you to another exciting game of baseball, sponsored by Jemstetter. Pure old-fashioned refreshment for pure old-fashioned sporting fun.
Do you provide your fingertip for investigation like I will do anything? Yo?
Take on the Kansas City Bloodhounds. It's a foggy night here in New Toulouse, but that won't stop our teams from stepping up to Le Circle Rouge.
Goodbye.
Playing in today's match, we have, for the Proteans, Jean-Luc Trotty Trottoir.
Who is this guy? There's no way I can know. Oh, in the ground floor, maybe there is like this is 7-2. No. Oh fuck. Oh well. Follow that elevator. I cannot pick it because sadly let me re-enter Shoniber. How do I do this? Okay, let me check.
extract. It's the taste of the game.
Okay. Let's see if I can find a way to go to the 7th. Knox Hinton. Everybody know this Knox Hinton. Live. Okay, so allegedly this is Gleb. Why did she call Gleb? Can I save? Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, Gleb is here. Why was Gleb called by her? This one safe. Can I try to
AUGH new rejuvenation clinic opening soon. Customers by nomination only. Contact your local AUGH representative to find out more.
see. Wait, what? Okay. Not keen. Not a main car. Okay. He's beaten. What's that? This guy has a shit ton of batteries. Let's check his room. Here. Praise Uncle. He will lead right to
Very
you.
well.
What?
Submit to my authority and you may join me.
LoppyNZ just subscribed for 3 months. https://throne.com/digitalpenguin/items/840B94A05580
Thank you, Loppy. And thank you for Pengu's link for the live 2D thing. You can also have to use the command Pengu in your message and it will have it pretty easy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the T1 sub for 3 months. What's this? Gleb, remember your passcode this time. Count up from 2. Count down from 2. Count down from 2. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, what's this? Gleb, excuse down, Mr. Sharp. Good. Sing this. Sing this. Notes. Never fame for misment. Never assault by pointing to the credit. This guy already has, but he doesn't seem to own a gun.
Had a hard day? Put some fire back in your belly with some
Sing this.
made pure UAS. It's the drink that you back
You do be having a lot of batteries, that's for sure. Salt. Wait. No, wait, what? Okie dokie. I should actually go to it, so I'm going to play the rest of the Resident Evil game video. So let me put this Una otototototom. We are going to eat. Let's put this here. Game shows chatting. Let me grab the. Can I have a this? And yes, the BRB thing is going to stay over it because yes, it's the least I can do.
And all is well. But Wesker comes in and runs off with Steve's dead body. What? Why? So these events tie Veronica to Resident Evil 4. This episode is known as Operation Javier, and it takes place 4 years after Resident Evil 2. Leon S. Kennedy and newcomer Jack Krauser go to South America. They're in search of a powerful drug lord, Javier Hidalgo. Obviously, zombies are involved because of course they are. And this is because Hidalgo purchased a sample from Wesker, because of course he did. By the way, this sample is made from Steve Burnside's corpse. No fucking way, dude. Anyways, Hidalgo uses this to save his dying daughter, and it does not help at all. Whew, okay, now that that's all over, it's time to start talking about the fall of Umbrella. Umbrella's pretty much done for by this point in the story. Obviously, Albert's still doing shit. Yeah, you get it. Let's just take a breather. Hey, hang in there. If you had to go back, I don't blame you. Okay, ready? Okay. So there's tons of retreaded ground and exposition that we've already explained here, but the finale does have some interesting plot points. Albert Wesker infiltrates a secret Umbrella facility and he steals a bunch of classified files. The US government has undeniable evidence, and it's going to absolutely nut-check Umbrella. So of course, while Umbrella dismantles, Albert starts Weskering. It's now 2004. Leon S. Kennedy is once again deployed overseas. This time, it's a village in Spain. He's tasked with saving Ashley Graham, the daughter of the President of the United States, who, by the way, was kidnapped by Jack Krauser on behalf of Osmond Sadler. Anyway, Adam Sessler is the leader of a cult in Spain known as Los Iluminados. Meanwhile, the Spanish village is being overrun by the Las Plagas virus. This is something with very unknown origins, but obviously Los Iluminados has something to do with it. It's got mind-controlling properties and it latches onto your nervous system and it makes you super duper strong. It also hurts a lot. They implant it into Ashley hoping it's going to help them take control by infecting other people in the US upon her return. Now that's difficult because Ashley is clearly infected and this scheme for world domination is, not well thought out. So obviously he tries to find a cure for her. And things get even more complicated when Ada Wong makes her return to grab a sample of the Las Plagas for Wesker. She actually does do this, but she shorts him by giving him a weaker version of the virus. She gives the dominant strain to an unnamed organization after they heard that Wesker was teaming with pharmaceutical company Tricell. What she also does is help Leon and Ashley escape from Sadler. Also, Krauser gets his ass beat. Sadler gets his ass beat. In Resident Evil's universal love language, she gives Leon a well-timed RPG. That's hot. From this, he saves Ashley and effectively the world by destroying Los Iluminados. Okay, sorry to bring you back in, but before we continue with this, I've got to be frank with you. Resident Evil straight up stops making sense after this. Like, it sort of gets back on track when we reach Resident Evil 7, but I really do have to warn you. We are about to slide into a rabbit hole, and I mean it. Like, oh my god. Get ready for some of the dumbest shit you're gonna hear in a video game. When you hear me say these things, just say, alright, makes sense to me. There is no way to make these things make sense. It's now 2006. Chris and Jill get intel on Oswald E. Spencer's location. so they go straight to his house. Like actually, they dox him, they go straight to his house. Turns out, motherfucker's dead at the hands of none other than Wesker himself. What are you doing here? This is because he found out about Project W. You remember that thing? This is an experiment ran by Oswell of adopting children and giving them the surname of Wesker. I'm serious. Two of the most notable children were Albert Wesker and Alex Wesker. So Jill and Chris have to fight Wesker, but you know, he's a god, remember? So he's dodging bullets for fun, and it's horrifying. Jill has to sacrifice herself so Chris can get out safely. Jill is surely dead. Chris hates this, and he blames himself for her purported death. A long line of drinking lies in front of him. Jill is in fact not dead, but she's a test subject for Wesker now, a brainwashed puppet for his bidding. All right, sure. You can't make me do Revelations. I refuse. I refuse to explain Revelations to you. But I'm not gonna let you go in blind. All you need to know for this video is that the BSAA was formed, the Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance. This was created because biological weapons are being made across the globe now. It's a global threat. That's what the BSAA does. They stop crime anywhere, everywhere. And they're all over the place. Trust me, they don't go away. So this takes place from 2006 all the way to 2009. And Wesker's working with Tricell to make West Africa a straight-up diseased wasteland. Ada's strain and Krauser's corpse are the basis of this new virus. Wesker just does that. He just does that shit. It's here when Chris Redfield teams up with another BSAA agent, Sheva Olamar. This is the first mention of the Ouroboros virus. It's a disease that kills the host and turns him into this black goo, and they're nearly impossible to kill. This and the Plagas virus are currently 2v1ing West Africa, and it's winning. Obviously, this is Wesker's creation, and he decides he's gonna put it on a rocket and shoot it across the world for this.
Complete global saturation.
So Chris and Sheva start beating monster ass, and it's here where they run across Jill. Hey Jill. The duo beat the absolute shit out of Wesker, and in his last attempt to success, he does what he always does. Injects himself with the Ouroboros virus he's holding. This plan doesn't really go as well the second time because, well, guess what happens? Well-timed RPG. Okay, I've really been dreading Resident Evil 6. I don't want to do it, but I'm going to do it. God save me. Here goes nothing. So, Resident Evil 6 takes place between 2012 through 2013. Long before Resident Evil 6, Carla Radames developed the chrysalid virus, the C virus for Derek Simmons. Now, Derek worked for the Family, an organization that served aid to the US president. So the C virus can regenerate by mutating bodies, but instead of becoming rampaging monsters, they keep their intelligence, and they can follow orders and use weapons. Derek tricks Carla into going through an experiment that transforms her into Ada Wong, or at least a lookalike of her. This is because Derek loved Ada so much, he just wanted one for himself. And this disgusts and pisses Carla off so much, she literally vows to destroy the world and everyone in it. Honestly fair. Can't blame her. This event single-handedly revives Umbrella Corps as Neo Umbrella. Actually. And what's the first move for Neo Umbrella? Start an outbreak in Edonia in 2012. So one man dooms the world because he's a little freak and doesn't respect women's autonomy. Welcome to Resident Evil 6. Oh. Also, guess who's back? Sherry Birkin. All grown up now. She's working for the Division of Security Operations, which is the DSO. Her task is to go to the city of Edonia to meet Jake Muller, who is the son of Albert Wesker. He has a son, by the way. Kind of a surprise, I know. By the way, Jake's got special blood. It might be able to cure the C virus. Just go with it. Shortly after their meeting, they are attacked by Ustanak, who is a massive monster. This leads to their capture at the hands of Neo Umbrella, and they get shipped to China. But guess who was also in Edonia? That's right, it was Chris Redfield. You can't tie this dude down. He's busy keeping the streets safe from the outbreak, but he also runs into Carla. who he thinks is Ada Wong, so he tries to bring her in. But Carla has a trap so fucking dastardly it kills Chris's whole squad. He fucking hates that. So he drinks enough Everclear to kill Nemesis. Derek pulls a dick move and infects the US president so he wouldn't leak the fact that the US government played a role in the Raccoon City incident. Also, this little oopsie led to the outbreak of the city of Tall Oaks, and they're going to pull a Raccoon City on Tall Oaks by nuking it to keep the spread from happening. But hold on, Leon S. Kennedy is there right now, and he's gotta get out. He barely manages to get out with his life, and he vows to kick Derek's ass for this transgression. It's then that Pierce Nevins wrenches Chris from the depths of alcoholism, because the world needs those boulder-punching biceps, man. And by June 2013, China's got the largest C virus outbreak in history. So Leon and series newcomer Helena try to stop Derek in his tracks, but it also turns out that Carla made him into this huge, nasty BOW. And this one's gross, like nasty. Don't worry about it though, because they beat his ass. Meanwhile, again, Jake and Sherry are still running from Ustanok, which after a long, arduous journey, they finally defeat the creature. Eventually, Chris and Pierce run into Haos, H-A-O-S, a massive BOW. It could infect the whole world with the C virus if it felt like it. And this battle is so difficult that Pierce infects himself with the C virus, and he sacrifices himself. What a Chad! Carla gets the attention of the actual Ada Wong, which is probably the scariest position to ever be in a Resident Evil game. Pissed off that her reputation of being a bad bitch is being tarnished, she's here to come wreck Carla's shit. Carla is so scared of Ada that she infects herself with the C virus and fights her as a nasty fucking monster. But you are a fucking imbecile if you think that Ada Wong would give a shit about this and wouldn't turn your teeth into fucking chiclets anyways. She finds out why we call her Ada, because she can do no Wong, bitch. Not only does Ada beat her stinky ass, but she destroys all the research too, pretty much saving the world. We didn't really expect any less from Ada fucking Wong. And now that the world is sorta normal again, they use Jake's blood for the vaccine, and things are pretty peachy keen for once.
That is fair, kid.
Okay, so the few details that carry over from Resident Evil 6 are the fact that the BSAA are patrolling the globe for threats, and one certain character oversees these operations, and they're prevalent within the last two big games. But mostly, this is where the lore we've been building up to is laid to rest. Gone are the mentions of Leon Kennedy, Jill Valentine, really Umbrella as a whole. The last stop in our journey is mostly self-contained. That isn't to say they don't absolutely slap, because they do. They're very, very good. But now, if you'll join me, it's time to branch off from the mythos and begin a new strand. But before I explain the events of Resident Evil 7, we need to speak about the mold once more. So, well before the events of 7, a crime syndicate known as the Connections strikes a deal with Mother Miranda. She hands over the mold and the DNA of her deceased daughter. This was to be in the aid to revive her, and the Connections use this to create bioweapons out of children with mind control powers. It's already not a good start. From this, Evelyn was created.
Hello, sister.
And near immediately, the BSAA catch wind of this. Also the first task of Blue Umbrella, a new group who counter bioterrorism. By 2014, the Connections hid Evelyn in a cargo ship to get her somewhere safer. It's here where she infects the entire ship with mold. I mean, this scene is straight out of Bram Stoker's Dracula, the fatalities of which were every single person on board, save for one Mia Winters. The ship had wrecked off the coast of southern Louisiana, and this catches the attention of Jack Baker, a man from Dolby Parish. He takes both Mia and Evelyn back to his home to look after them. This would prove to be a huge mistake because Evelyn pays him back Oswald Spencer style by infecting his entire family. Jack's daughter Zoe is the only person who's infected but not influenced by Evelyn's mind powers. Put a pin in that one because it comes in handy later. And so Lucas is infected and controlled, but not actually. The connections fix him up and ask him to spy on his own family, just to see how the mold is holding up. Bars? The Baker family just keeps grabbing people and turning them moldy, and everyone who shows resistance is just straight up obliterated Dr. Manhattan style. Evelyn wasn't really holding up well during these times. In fact, her powers were unstable, and she ages like milk. Okay, now it's Resident Evil 7 time. Strap in. It's 2017. Mia sends out an email to her husband, Ethan Winters, telling him to come to the castle because she begged a king. Once he's there, all hell breaks loose. I mean, he throws hands with every single member of the family, Mia included, because she's controlled by Evelyn back and forth. The most surprising fact is that Ethan has already been killed by Jack during the events of this game. The mold infects Ethan, and he's resurrected by it. The fact that he's now a mutant, I mean, that's withheld for him for years. He has no clue, he doesn't know. While in the Baker household, he's contacted by Zoe, and she acts as his navigator and his consort. And together they create 2 doses of a serum that can temporarily buffer the effects of the mold. He uses it on Jack to stop him, but has to decide later between Mia and Zoe. He chooses his wife, but he vows to help Zoe in her time of need. When Mia rejects Evelyn's gift, she goes absolutely apeshit and turns into this thing. The toxins work through her system, but it looks like it's gonna kick Ethan's ass until Chris Redfield arrives. Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
I'm Redfield.
He's working with Blue Umbrella, and he helps defeat her and rescues Ethan and Mia. Turns out, Chris's business wasn't finished. Lucas needs to be arrested, like now. This is due to his ties with the connections. So, he jumps straight into the swamp mines to go beat his ass. But it's pretty clear that arresting Lucas is not gonna end up being possible, because he's not gonna leave the joint alive. So after this, and then this, and then that, it's all said and done. Congrats, Chris. You can rest easy.
Then I'm out of here.
So it turns out there was another member of the Baker family completely unturned.
Oh my goodness, Zoe.
Joe Baker, brother of Jack, discovers what's been going on. He fights mold monsters with his fucking fists just to get to his niece. He discovers that Umbrella has created a treatment for Zoe's infection, but before he can dose her, Jack shows up and he's fucking disgusting. Ethan tries his best to eliminate Jack, but to no avail. Joe did the only thing he could, put his brother out to the pasture to save his niece.
It's a farewell from the family, brother.
The only character to rival Hunk in my eyes is Joe.
And around here, family is a righteous cause.
A hot-blooded badass. Props to you, dude. Holy shit, Joe. Mother Miranda is still searching for the perfect vessel. In this search, she creates lichens and extremely capable mutants in her wake. She deems these her lieutenants. They're superhumans but not fit for Miranda's daughter. The lieutenants are Alcina Dimitrescu, Donna Bienviento, Salvatore Moreau, and Carl Heisenberg. When learning of Rosemary Winters, Ethan and Mia's child, she decides that that's a perfect, suitable candidate. Ethan's DNA is now infused with the mold, and Mia had genetic connections, so Rose can probably handle the strain. So she scours BSAA documents, and through a leak she finds the Winters address, deep within Eastern Europe in witness protection. Miranda kidnaps Mia and snuck her away to the titular village. She then took her DNA to disguise her and let her get to Rose. This fools Ethan, but it doesn't trick old Chris Redfield. He brings in BSAA's Hound Wolf Squad and obliterates Mia right in front of Ethan. No explanation, like a Chad.
Why?
So Ethan vows to get her back and tracks Miranda all the way back to the village. In doing such, he makes a whole pile of bodies out of the lieutenants while picking up parts of his own daughter. Fuck, man, Jesus. Anyways, Miranda hates this, so she gores Ethan, ripping his heart from his chest Kalima style, just to get Rose back. Ethan is surely dead. At least Chris thinks so, so he leads Wolfhound Squad into the village and turns the place into a fucking skid mark. Also, we had to stop the BSAA forces because they're also BOWs. that's pretty morally dubious. Chris kind of gives up on the BSAA because of this. Also, Ethan is not dead. Remember how the mold brought him back last time? Well, what's one more gimme? This is when he finds out about Jack actually fucking killing him. So Ethan gets up one last time and gives the middle finger to Miranda in one last blaze of glory. He gives Rose over to Chris and he fucking blows up the whole village, sacrificing himself in the process. Ethan is absolutely dead. Pour one out for a real one. Rest in peace, Ethan. It's now 2037, 16 years after the village incident. Rose is now a full-fledged teenager. Most kids are worrying about boys, homework, whatever. Rose has fucking mycelium powers. She's just different. And to free herself and rid her of her powers, she enters the consciousness of the megamycete, the epicenter of the mold fungus. While inside, she finds Miranda, or what remains of her. She's still a threat to Rose, so the two fight it out. And as she defeats Miranda, she changes her mind about her powers and leaves the megamycete.
I'm so very proud of you.
In solace and resolute, she decides to visit the grave of her late father, Ethan Winters.
Hey, Dad. Happy birthday.
And that's Resident Evil. That's all of Resident Evil. That's canon, that's in order, that's Resident Evil. So if you liked hearing it all, you should absolutely give the games a shot if you haven't already. There's plenty of details I glossed over on purpose that I want you to be able to experience for yourself. So if anything, I hope this was a sufficient advertisement for the franchise. Hell, I mean, it worked for me. After wrapping my full-length investigation, it's safe to say I am a Resident Evil fan through and through. Whatever the hell that means at this point. So, hey, I hope you enjoyed. And if you're working on something while you were listening to this, I hope the project goes well. This is also a great thank you to my patrons. Not at all possible would this video be without your help. So thank you, every single one of you. Every dollar counts. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Adios, everyone. Love ya. Peace out.
There's no way that a video game about some cocky idiot whose only diet is pizza and soda could ever make for a good franchise. Oh, never mind. Devil May Cry is like nothing else. You like brothers fighting for power? We got that. You want to kick some demon ass? We got it. Sexy demon babes? Sure, man, why not?
That thick shaft that causes women to shudder!
But most importantly, we've got the greatest soundtrack in video game history. Take a listen.
I am the storm that is approaching.
Such badassery could only be crafted by those who lived it. The ring of which you'll be kissing belongs to Hideki Kamiya, the former kingpin of Platinum Games, and the director of Resi 2, DMC, Beautiful Joe, and Okami. If you've played Bayonetta, or you have eyeballs right now, you're aware of the legacy. Speaking of legacy, that's kind of the entire vibe of Devil May Cry. Two twin brothers destined by fate to war against each other for eternity. Dante and Virgil, sons of the Dark Knight Sparta. Of equal importance is their arsenal. Gifted to them from their father is Yamato, the god of death, and the Force Edge, later activating as the Devil Sword Sparta, one of the most powerful weapons in the world. The same face, the same powers. Sparta is evenly divided into two.
I need more power.
In a world where blood is fuel, it's time to answer the ultimate question. Who will triumph? The ultimate demon hunter or the unstoppable chthonic force? Is this even the ultimate battle? Or will the two join forces to quell threats against the world? Well, there's only one way to find out. Come on, let's get in there.
Devil May Cry.
Long before the events of the series, Dante and Virgil lived as the twin brothers of Eva and the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. Living on the outskirts of Redgrave City, Sparta taught them early the ways of combat, which would later showcase their magnificent abilities. Around their 8th birthday, Eva had gifted them each half of an amulet, said to hold great importance to the family line. It wouldn't be long before after that Sparta would fall ill and pass away. Unbeknownst to both boys, Sparta was not only a demon but one of the most powerful of his kind. This made them the target of an ambush by a pack of demons, who Eva gave her life to protect, and even though the twins survived, they were separated. Unknowing of each other's fate, they independently grew as two separate but strong entities. Dante, resentful of Sparta's legacy, would become one of the most prominent demon hunters in recent history, and Virgil, activating Yamato's power at such a young age, fended off the demons attacking him. As he was not home at the time of the attack, he ran, thinking he was abandoned by his own mother, and vowing to never be vulnerable again, seeks the highest power obtainable at any means possible. And that would bring us straight to our first primary source, the DMC3 manga. The manga opens up speaking about Sparta's legacy. Specifically, it has the legendary Dark Knight. He holds no ill will against his own kind, yet wielded the power of darkness to defeat his own god, the Demon Lord. With the sacrifice of a human priestess, he sealed the underworld off from the human world, and would delay the inevitable growing of the Qliphoth, the giant demonic tree of the underworld, which would bear a fruit only once per 2,000 years. And that fruit was capable of raw, unparalleled demonic power. So Sparta, after his great deed, would live the last half of his life as a human, and he would later live that full life and die in the human world. And with the sacrifice for humankind and those evil spirits sealed permanently, his legacy is cemented as an unparalleled legend. This is what the world knows of Sparta, but is this the full truth? Well, it's to be decided. We hard cut to Dante, and this manga details the infancy of his Devil May Cry service. It's ran by Dante and assisted by a man named Enzo. Yeah, he might look familiar. There's a $4 million reward out to retrieve a missing person, a lost child, specifically Alice, dubbed Alice in Wonderland. You probably can see where this is gonna go. He goes through a whole gambit of demon fuckery to get to her, and he actually drops this line, which is pretty important. It comes up a lot later.
I don't know what you have up your sleeve, but a demon does not feel joy, nor does he cry, because he's not human.
Yeah, and eventually he does meet Alice, but the whole thing was rigged from the start. So Dante gets his first taste of a truly sorrowful defeat, and what a beautiful page this is, honestly.
The story progresses, and we learn a bit of the history of the underworld. Those 2,000 years ago, Sparta confiscated the names of the demons who would represent the 7 deadly sins, sealing away their power and thus imprisoning the 7 gatekeepers of Teminagru,
Literally.
a massive pillar constructed by devil worshippers, said to harbor the true gateway to the demon world. This great task required that he, too, lock away his own demonic power, as well as the great demon Leviathan. So with his blood and that of a sacrificed priestess, he was able to seal the tower. This with the added measure of creating 2 halves of that amulet we talked about. Should those halves ever be connected again, they would awaken the Sword of Sparta. Keep an eye on this one, it's essential in pretty much every DMC game. So, both Dante and Virgil separately meet with a man named Arkham, a man who deeply studied the dark arts, and in consequence to a failed ritual has been left disfigured for the remainder of his life. He prods the pair about their lineage, hinting that he knows well more than he should. Both Dante and Virgil have wildly different reactions to this, by the way. Dante just starts slashing his solution to everything. But Virgil listens.
What are you getting at?
Eventually, the 2 fated brothers do meet again. And when they do, they battle. Something you're gonna hear me say pretty often. Virgil taunts Dante with his half of the amulet, and in a power move, hands it back to him, remarking to Arkham that he can get it back whenever he wants. And once again, Virgil disappears into the night, waiting for the time that they meet again. Finally, the first game in the series. Well over a decade since the orphaning of Dante and Virgil. Virgil's whereabouts are currently unknown. He lies in the shadows plotting sights unseen. And Dante is, I'll just show you what Dante's doing.
Sorry, not open for business yet.
This lounging is cut short by Arkham, the man that spoke to Dante and Virgil earlier. He bears an invitation and challenge from Virgil to come see him, and then he flips all of his shit, which is kind of rude. Anyways, Dante's place is getting trashed by demons, and for that, he's gotta beat some ass.
Let's rock.
Pretty quickly, Dante realizes that he's not meeting Virgil in the back alley for a fist fight. No. He's challenged to make to the top of Teminagru. Whoa, wait, Virgil, you woke up Teminagru? Alright, he's pretty fucking serious about this one. So Dante starts making his way into the tower, and it's here where he encounters Cerberus, who is exactly who you think they are.
In a dog show, you definitely take first place.
Together they duke it out. And when Dante triumphs over Cerberus, he awards him the favor in the form of his spirit in nunchucks. And here I think is no better a time to show you what Dante does pretty much anytime he gets a new toy.
Too easy.
Yep, that's her little champ. Hey, wait, what the fuck is that noise? Oh, hey. That's Lady. No, her real name's not actually Lady, it's Mary. I mean, this tracks, given Mary is a character in the Divine Comedy. Anyway, Lady's first instinct is to turn Dante into glue. But Dante is Dante, and when presented with absurd shit, he just kind of ups the ante. What's the dumbest and funniest thing you can think to do when shot at with a live rocket? Is it this? You know what? I'm with Lady. I would react very much in the same way.
This just keeps getting better and better.
Stupid. Meanwhile, Virgil and Arkham are chilling in their treehouse atop the fucking planet, plotting on how best to stop Dante and Lady from making it up all the way to the tower. You see, if Virgil can acquire Dante's half of the amulet, he can finally open the gate to the demon world. That would normally be a problem, since it's around the neck of a very capable demon hunter, but it's Virgil we're talking about. If he wants it, he's gonna get it. See, the reason they're nervous about Lady is that Arkham is secretly her father. Lady wishes death upon Arkham because he sacrificed her mother's life to gain demonic power, which is just stealing Sparta's homework and using it to be kind of a dick. So, I don't blame her. Also in this meeting, Arkham says the line,
"A storm is approaching."
And if you know anything about Devil May Cry, that line ought to stoke a flame, I'm just saying. So Dante's climbing the tower, right? And he meets a rather strange individual, that of Jester, who's kind of a know-it-all asshole. After a pretty quick beatdown, he up and leaves. And eventually, Dante does make it to the peak of the tower. After a grueling spat with a centipede beast and these fucking things, I hate these things. The climb followed by the atmosphere is really what Devil May Cry is all about.
Go.
You showed up.
I still get goosebumps about this.
Oh, okay. This is what they call a heartwarming family reunion.
You got that right.
And as the Sparta twins lay it all bare on the battlefield, Virgil is able to land a devastating blow with Yamato. With this, he not only grabs Dante's amulet, but he makes sure he cannot get up by stabbing him with his own sword. Rebellion. God damn, Virgil. Dante lies in a heap, and Rebellion then soaks his blood, activating his unearthed devil powers, and for a flash, we see the true might of the devil trigger. And then he just conks out again. Dante, you little sleepyhead. And with this twin brother stealing the only keepsake of his departed mother, you can bet that Dante is fucking pissed. And when he wakes up, that chase down to Minigru is the most excessive and badass scene I think I've ever seen in a bit. Fucking, look at this, dude. God damn, I mean, this shit is so cool. Did Dante just get eaten? Don't worry, guys, he's fine. He also comes across Lady again, has a few zero riz moments.
You're not fucking funny and you're corny. So, literally stop sending me voice messages because they're not funny, actually.
What the Sigma?
Also, this is where she gets the name from. I feel like that's important to say.
Then what should I call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady.
And while this is happening, Arkham and Virgil are at the tower door, using Arkham's book to get to the control room. Arkham also takes this time to clown on Virgil for being more human than demon for, whatever reason. And then he gets what he fucking deserves, and he gets skewered. But wait a second. That was supposed to be Lady's kill. She's gonna hate that shit. You see, Dante actually manages to catch up with Virgil, and they start going at it again. And just as Virgil's gonna get away with more nefarious shit, Lady actually steps in.
So beat it.
Shut up.
See, Lady thinks Virgil is responsible for turning her father into what he is, but actually Virgil was duped by the same guy. It kind of puts them into the same camp. And eventually Jester also reappears.
Zowie, that was close.
And as he does, he reveals himself to be, Arkham. And he's far too powerful for the likes of the three. He even taunts Virgil, telling him he's missing one of the three keys to obtain Force Edge, Sparta's power contained within a sword. And to top things off, he stabs Lady. and obtains the blood of her ancestors, that of which had been killed in Sparta's sealing of the Dark World. This blood, now in Jester's hands, transforms him into a god. And combined with the blood of the Sparta twins, this allows the tower to reawaken. Arkham takes an elevator up to fucking La La Land while Virgil is knocked the fuck out. It's not looking good. So on their way to kick Arkham's ass, Lady insists she be the one to take the kill. And her and Dante butt heads for a moment before fully duking it out. When Dante's proven the victor, Lady entrusts him with Kalina on, her giant fuck-off rocket launcher. And once he makes it to the peak of the tower, he's accosted by his own doppelganger. Don't worry, he promptly beats the shit out of this thing. But okay, no more messing around. It's time to defeat Arkham, who is in this nebulous pocket of the Dark World. You see, Arkham's taken on the form of Sparta now, which obviously to his son is a little distasteful.
It's like staring into a backed up toilet.
But that doesn't really last because look at this shit. And as the two battle it out, you'd never guess who shows up. Let's go, Virgil! Together with no options and hardly any weapons left, the twins are left with their backs to the wall. And you get this fucking classic scene.
Jackpot.
That hits every time. Once Arkham has been fully obliterated, Lady approaches him in both anger and grief.
Mary died a long time ago. My name is Lady. Goodbye, Father.
Meanwhile, we see that the twins are still stuck in the demon world, where they have one last clash. Dante pleads with Virgil, telling him to change his ways and to give back his half of the amulet. But Virgil is too far gone.
I need more power.
Leaving Dante no choice but to fatally wound him. And seeing his defeat, Virgil chooses his fate, falling into the black abyss, never to be seen again. Dante, with no other options now, takes his side of the amulet and Force Edge and returns to the waking world. Once home, Dante has a rendezvous with Lady, where she finally finds a name for his business.
Maybe somewhere out there, even a devil may cry when he loses a loved one. Don't you think?
Maybe. Perhaps a full-fledged devil would never grieve, but to lose the only member left of his family, well, just maybe...
Want to know the name? Devil May Cry.
And this concludes Devil May Cry 3. Is what I would say. But wait, there's actually more. As it turns out, there's actually a secret ending. And in this ending, we see the fate of the damned Sparta twin. Virgil, on his last leg, encounters the Demon King Mundus, an ancient enemy of Sparta. There is no possible way someone in this state could face an adversary of this proportion. And faced with such an insurmountable foe, Virgil does the most Virgil thing he could do and charges straight in.
What the full name of the killer? 1 second.
10 years have passed since Devil May Cry 3. Dante's chilling in his office when he's approached by an unnamed assailant who threatens to beat his ass.
Whoa, slow down, babe.
Are you seeing a common theme yet? This woman is another series veteran, Trish. So at this very moment, she's all cool and mysterious, so I'm not gonna give you her backstory yet. Let's keep it mysterious.
Time to go to work, guys.
He lives in...
good news for Dante. Trish's assault was a test. And Mundus, remember that guy? The demon responsible for these Sparta family murders?
I'm not your mommy, V.
Yeah, he's rising again. Wasting absolutely no time to go beat his demonic ass, they hightail it to Malay Island to quash Mundus's threat upon the world. But there is a problem, because the moment they arrive, Trish pretty much immediately fucks off.
Come on, let's go.
It is...
Which now means Dante's flying solo. So, I mean, I guess let's go explore the castle. It's here where he picks up a ton of items, chiefly that of Alistair. It can only be wielded by a chosen one who can conquer it. And so you might be asking, how does he acquire this item? Well, it kicks his fucking ass. But I guess he's fine. And I guess Alistair didn't realize he was chill like that, so now he can use his devil trigger abilities with the sword. Yeah. Eventually, while exploring the castle, Dante once again gets his shit rocked. This is by Nello Angelo, an extremely capable and powerful demon. So much so that Dante doesn't stand a chance in winning the fight, were it not for his half of the amulet, which Nello looks at and just screams and runs. If it isn't obvious yet, something about Nello that will soon become apparent is this is the fate of Virgil. When he fought with Mundus, he lost his battle, ripping Virgil's soul in twain and transforming him into a demon. And when Dante defeats Virgil a final time, their amulets combine. And their combination brings about the culmination of the Force Edge, the awakened form of Devil's Sword Sparta. And I think, man, when I look back, God, this sucks, man. Dante's only brother has been transformed into an agent of Mundus. And to make matters worse, he's forced to defeat him in combat. That's awful. The only thing that can make that worse is if someone else was also secretly working for Mundus.
Can I...
You fool! You're so easy.
God damn it. So Trish is secretly working for Mundus. In fact, she's his creation, a demon conjured into human form. And when Dante finds this out, he doesn't actually kill her. The reason being that...
Because you look like my mother.
He just can't bring himself to end her life. Though, still, he cannot stand for the transgression. And he leaves her behind. Mundus does not appreciate Trish's failure at all. And later when Dante finally comes around to fighting him, he shows his newest arts and crafts project. Oh, that's pretty fucked up. Mundus warns Dante that one wrong move is going to cost Trish her life. And for a while, it looks like Dante's on the ropes. And just before Mundus can deal the final blow, Trish steps in and sacrifices herself.
No, it's not.
Trish! No!
This pushes Dante over the edge and unleashes his devil powers. And he beats the shit out of Mundus' statue form, releasing him from this marbled prison. The holy shit, Mundus is horrifying. I kind of forgot what I was gonna say. Goddamn! And as he outstretches his wings, he teleports Dante into this pocket dimension. It's here where Dante questions Mundus' intentions on murdering his mother. Though Mundus sidesteps the question, speaking very candidly, he could manifest another mother for him as easily as he created Trish. What's the point? If this is all Dante needs, Mundus can grant him that as easily as he breathes. Dante tells his goofy ass to shut up.
Silence!
Mundus, a minor deity, doesn't feel like explaining himself any further. And you know what? Dante gets the memo. And he
calls upon Sparta's form to finish this once and for all.
Roger, let's kick his ass.
And with Dante once again the victor, he visits Trish. And with her body, he leaves his sword and amulet with her. Bloodied and battered, he stands to leave. But not before he takes one final moment to grieve her loss and reflect. This, however, is cut short. Mundus shows up one last time, and this means trouble. I mean, Dante's hardly standing. But before he can be slain, Trish springs back to the living world.
Dante, use my power!
And you know what? It's time for another jackpot moment. Jackpot. Yeah. Yeah. That's nice. Which, this is just enough to vanquish Mundus from the world. And as that dust settles, Trish profusely apologizes to Dante for her betrayal.
Dante.
Trish, devils never cry. These tears are a gift only humans have.
And if you remember from the manga, demons cannot cry. Likely with Mundus's imprisonment, she's fully become human, a gift well earned. And together the two do escape from Mallet Island just moments before it collapses. And joins the deep sea beneath. And it's here in the epilogue where we actually learn that Dante and Trish are now officially business partners.
5 minutes.
More than enough.
And for just a moment, the shop does get renamed Devil Never Cry, which we just, come on, that doesn't stick. We know it doesn't stick. It just does not have the same ring. And that's Devil May Cry in the books, baby. This brings us to the Devil May Cry animated series. Now, the animated series is a mostly self-contained story. It follows Dante as he rescues and lives with a young woman named Patty Lowell. She's an orphan set to inherit a massive fortune. It also introduces J.D. Morrison, Dante's de facto agent and the harbinger of repayments. It takes place between Devil May Cry 1 and 2, and if you're a newcomer to the series, I wouldn't worry too much about this part. Both characters get cameo roles in DMC 5, but that's pretty much all you're going to need to understand those references. So let's quickly just hop on over to this one. Yes. GameSpot's most disappointing game of 2003. Which, like, can you imagine sitting in an office in Capcom and, like, reading that headline? That sucks. Kamiya himself basically said to ship this fucking shit game, and it's exactly what they did. Everybody kinda had to give up. Kamiya showed up halfway through its development, took a look around, and made the executive decision to focus on taking the L on DMC 2 and doubling down on making DMC 3 amazing.
Ask him why he's mean to us, because we don't deserve it, yeah. Ask your mom.
Both Capcom and Kamiya had tried their hardest to make sure we completely forgot about this game. It's not great. And it's really fucking hard. Anyways, after all of that shit talk, I'm still gonna give you the rundown. DMC 2 is somebody's favorite game. It's just not mine. Okay, let's not waste any more time. Devil May Cry 2 starts in media res. Dante and newcomer Lucia each separately enter a museum in search for the Arcana Magdaglia. Magdaglia? Yes, okay. One of the 4 relics used to seal Argosax, the Chaos, an interim demon king in the demon world. As Lucia and Dante get acquainted, she shows him around the island nation of Via de Mali. Interesting backstory here is that Lucia's mother Matir fought alongside Sparta to protect the island.
Our clan once fought against the demons with Sparta.
Anyways, Arius is this game's antagonist.
Well, what have we here?
He's a comically evil international entrepreneur, and just like every other evil businessman, he's looking to expand his horizons, on taking advantage of the poor. Clearly, he's looking for the 4 relics to bargain with Argosax for power, and if that happens, it would make him the first human to summon demons lore-wise. obviously that's horrible and nothing to take lightly. I mean, he's gotta be stopped at all costs. Dude, are you flipping a coin on this?
Looks like it's your lucky day.
So Dante goes with her, thank God. And when Lucia finally confronts Arias, he tells her that she's his creation, and the two duke it out. Now, obviously, since he can control Lucia, she's in huge trouble. And Matir catches wind of this, and she asks for Dante's aid to save her only daughter, and you're flipping a coin again.
Hey. I no longer wait.
Your lucky streak continues, Granny.
Look, Dante goes to beat the shit out of Arias. In the middle of his immortality ritual, he challenges Arias and he beats his ass. But unfortunately, Lucia fears that she will become a demon herself if Dante doesn't end her life.
Kill me!
Where does this sound familiar? But look, the demon world is already open to portal, and only one person can go in, so who's gonna take the plunge? I bet he's gonna fucking flip a coin. You gotta be shitting me.
See you around. Hold on to my coin, Lucia.
Oh, thank God. Dante goes in to beat some demon ass in a sick-ass motorcycle. With both adversaries defeated and the portal closing, Dante rides on with his fate fully sealed. Eventually, time passes. And Matir soothes Lucia knowing Dante's just too cool to be contained. And if she could see it, she would say we're only a fifth way through the video, so don't worry, Lucia. You're talking about Sparta's son here. There's no keeping Dante down. There's even a point where Lucia hears the sound of motorcycle treads, and she runs out to see if the legend still lives. And with that in the books, it's time to get us straight into Devil May Cry 4. Now, decades before the events of DMC4, Virgil travels to the city of Fortuna to investigate a budding religion known only as the Order of the Sword, whose holy symbol looks an awful lot like Sparta. His attempts to reach it, however, are cut short by a group of scarecrow demons. Now, obviously, this is Virgil we're talking about. These demons don't stand a chance. And as if it were nothing, he clears out the gang and dons his robes once more. And as he steps towards the church, he catches the eye of an unnamed woman who stares him down as he walks into the vista. Mysterious. Okay, time for DMC4. Now, in Devil May Cry 4, Yamato, the god of death, once wielded by Virgil, has fallen into the hands of Nero, a holy knight in the Order of the Sword. He's currently running as fast as he can towards an opera house where the Order of the Sword is conducting a ceremony.
Now I can run.
Something you'll likely notice here is that Nero's arm is in a sling, for a pretty important reason that's not going to stay a secret for very long. He's hurrying to the opera house to get to Kyrie, his lover, who is currently performing. Which sucks for Nero, because he gets held up by demons. And the shots here while Kyrie is singing as Nero fucks up a gaggle of monsters, this is just one of the coolest sequences. I mean, it's pin ultimate Devil May Cry. God, I love this. Hey, wait, hold on. Did you see that? Go back. No way. Is that... Oh shit, it is! Dante touches ground and starts making a massacre out of the church. By the way, this is Sanctus. He's the leader of the church. Okay, he was the leader of the church. It's extremely grisly. And the Devil Bringer doesn't feel like hiding this anymore. Oh, what's the Devil Bringer, you ask? Oh, no, nothing. Nothing really. Just this.
Oh. 8.
Nero's got a demon arm, no biggie. Nero and Dante have a super badass fight, and Nero, seeing that his adversary can handle a 5-foot sword ran through him, asks that...
You aren't human, are you? We're the same. you and...
It's revealed that the Knights of the Order were demons, so Dante hasn't really turned into a serial killer, don't worry. He also takes his time to note to Nero that
You carry something different from the others.
he exits just as swiftly as he entered.
Hey! Adios, kid.
So Nero is given the most exhilarating job of hunting the devil killer Dante with the destination of Fortuna Castle, and he's asked to do so by Kyrie's brother, Supreme General Credo. Just as the lovebirds are about to leave, the city gets ransacked by demons. It's short work for Nero, but he does end up separating himself from Kyrie. But Nero presses on, and on his way to Fortuna, he meets Gloria. She's like totally new in town and stuff. Whatever. Meanwhile, as all of this occurs, Sanctus has some funky stuff going on. He's being revived by having his soul infused with that of a demon by Agnes. He's a bit of a freak, but chiefly he's the Order's most prestigious scientist. He's also the inventor of Red Queen, Nero's trusty sword, which is like this experimental weapon. It's got a motorcycle grip on it, so when it's revved, it ignites. Turns out Credo also got the demon treatment. Instead of a ghoulish creature, Credo has the characteristics of the Angelo, not too dissimilar to that of Nello, Virgil's unholy form. So Credo isn't giving Nero any other options than to fight him. And when Nero clearly beats his ass, there's no better time for Kyrie to walk in. It's not looking good. I mean, her boyfriend is standing over a battered heap of her brother with the arm of a devil. Agnes uses this situation, by the way, to his advantage. So he kidnaps Kyrie and he gets the fuck out of Dodge. And Nero and Credo put a timeout on their playdate to resolve this sticky issue. So Nero once again pushes through Fortuna and he crosses paths with Dante once again. Nero's not looking for any trouble, man. Let's just go our separate ways.
I don't have time for this. And neither do I.
Not so fast, kid. I need that damn sword. It was my asshole brother's. So Dante does beat the brakes off Nero. He's just simply him.
I think you're blushing pretty pink when I kick your Oh boy.
But instead of snatching that sword...
8759.
Now that you're calm and cool, get
going. 59.
Also, Gloria is not so totally new in town.
That regal look suits you.
I dress to impress.
Near the climax of the story, Nero finally reaches Sanctus, who is calling upon the Savior, just a huge fuck-off demon inhabiting a statue of the legendary Dark Knight Sparta. Obviously, it's being used to conquer the world. What else would you use this for? One problem, though. It needs a power supply to get it running. And what exactly would be powerful enough to get this beast started? Well, by using Dante, of course. But Nero and Yamato could probably work, too. And this happens. Sanctus uses Kyrie as a hostage, which results in Nero's capture. This begs the question, how is Nero able to power the Savior as well as Dante? Sanctus tells Nero himself that
I must salute a man who carries the blood of Sparta.
Hey, wait a second. Does that... No, come on. That doesn't mean that he's... Credo comes crashing in to save the two like a badass. But his attempts are in vain, as Sanctus proves to be too powerful. But you know who could handle this situation pretty well? Dante. And as he has his fun with the Savior and Sanctus, he tells Nero that if he wants Yamato, he's gonna have to come and get it. Too bad, though, because Nero's getting sucked. While this is happening, Agnes is using Yamato to open the true Hell Gate. Which, sucks. And meanwhile, Dante oversees a dying Credo who wishes for the safety of Nero and Kyrie. And as Dante acquiesces, he heads towards the city to demolish the Hell Gates.
In the end, we're little satisfied. You are set free.
In his war pash, Dante clashes with Agnes, and they have the most Dante-esque dialogue together.
Irony's judgment.
And your judgments interest me not. For I'm here to reclaim what is rightfully mine.
That's great. I fucking love this. Anyways, get fucked, Agnes. The sword is ours.
Do your homework first.
Dante then blows up the last Hellgate and heads back to the Savior. Realizing after a brief confrontation he's not going to get a beat from the outside, he hands Yamato back to Nero in the coolest fucking way possible. And he catches it. Let's fucking go. Nero fights Sanctus from within the confines of the statue. Using his Devil Bringer abilities, he does slay him. And catch Kyrie at the same goddamn time. Let's go. With the Savior now inactive, Sanctus and Agnes dead, the world is finally at peace. And as the dust finally settles, Dante has one last talk with Nero.
I want to entrust it to you, so I am. What you do from here is your call. Hey, Dante. Will we meet again?
There's only one thing left to leave a perfect movie ending. If we could get a kiss between Nero and Kyrie, it's perfect. But it looks like that kiss is gonna have to wait.
Guess that kiss is gonna have to wait.
Yeah! That's Devil May Cry 4, baby. Just kidding, though. Just kidding. There's a secret ending. And we're back at Devil May Cry. And we get some banter between Dante, Trish, and Lady, which is always good.
You call this sincerity? More?
Was it not your fault that things escalated to the level that they did? Bringing Sparta into the spotlight?
It turns out Dante's on call for yet again another mission.
It's a customer with the password.
And as they do every time, they run out together, guns a-blazing.
Come on, babes! Let's rock!
And now that we've ended Devil May Cry 4, I want to bring attention to something that I find cool. When Virgil left Fortuna, you could see his shadow casting in the shape of the Devil Bringer. Ooh, I wonder what that is. I wonder what that's about. What the heck is that about? Oh, what's going on there? Before we get into Devil May Cry 5, we've got some homework. With an 11-year absence, this was the longest we've gone without a new installment in the series. Get the fuck out of here. With this large pause in development, coupled with the criticisms of DMC4's less, nuanced story, it gave way to a plethora of supplementary material to bridge the gap. And if you feel like reading, you're spoiled for choice. No, all media here is actually Japanese exclusive. I don't really think brushing up on my kanji is going to get me up to speed, so I've had to rely on peer-reviewed summaries and English fan translations. Let's talk about Deadly Fortune 1 and 2. The DMC wiki states that Bingo Morihashi, the scenario designer for both 3 and 4, considers this the complete version of Devil May Cry 4. Though to be fair, this was written well after his departure from Capcom, and it contains many large deviations from the game's canon plot, which mainly explain why Dante's weapons in DMC4 aren't really used again, so viewer discretion advised. I'm going to leave the summaries in this video's description as I think it's brilliant and it's just so lush with backstory and lore. I mean, it's delicious. It's wonderful character building for Nero, and it fills a lot of the gaps in DMC4, but beginner-friendly? I don't really think it is. But if you're a newcomer, I'd feel guilty not letting you know of its existence. So, yeah, if you're a native or a well-learned reader, give it a shot and come back to us. Credit to Platinum Paragon and Dr. Shy Guy for their incredible work translating this entire novel. Without them, this segment is impossible. In the Google Doc, Platinum's Ko-fi link is mentioned, and I will be posting this also in the description. So if you're able to, please support their efforts, as I have as well. So it's been 5 years since the Fortuna incident. The city itself is extremely secluded, making it one of the most secretive slices of the world. Therefore, any outside source prying for information is going to have to dig pretty deep. This outside source is series newcomer Nicoletta Goldstein.
I'm waiting on you. I'm cooking. Any special orders?
An extremely brilliant artisan and arms dealer. And her lineage is rich. She's the adoptive granddaughter of Nell Goldstein, the creator of Ebony and Ivory, Dante's favorites.
Yeah, there she is!
She's also the daughter of Agnes. Yeah, that guy, he fucked. What? Crazy. Anyways, she's meeting at a bar with Jeffrey Turner, the journalist for Occult Times magazine. Usually something of this kind of magazine would be bullshit, but Nico has a hunch there's a bit of truth, and she's right. Now, Jeffrey's an investigator, and unless you're the DMC crew or you lived in Fortuna at the time, you're not getting zip. This was the case for him, having to rely on hearsay to document the happenings. You see, she's not just after the weapon used to defeat the Savior, she wants her father's notes to continue her own work. Nico points out that there's a picture of a man named In, who was Jeffrey's contact. She asks for more information on this man, learning that he was of the Order. And in her words, she's aiming high, seeking him out to learn more. And it's actually here where we learn what Nero and Kyrie have been up to. Together they care for a band of orphans displaced by the incident. And in the meantime, Nero spends his hours in the garage trying to fix Red Queen. And it's in this garage where Nico and Nero do eventually meet. Nico's manners leave much to be desired, but the two do strike a deal.
I'll try to save you some. Not.
Together they'll go back to Fortuna Castle, grab her dad's work, and in return, Nico's gonna offer her wisdom on demonology to Nero. And meanwhile, we see what Dante's been up to. He returned to Vide Marli, the island in which DMC2 occurred, and he does actually meet back with Lucia, and they battle their way through hordes of demons to meet a demon named Balrog. Finding out he has a shard of Yamato in his hand, it makes a lot of sense how he was able to enter the demon world. But anyways, Balrog is defeated by Dante, who uses Cerberus to shatter the shard of Yamato. This does come at the cost of Cerberus, as it splinters and disintegrates, a sacrifice for a noble cause. Balrog willingly becomes a devil arm until it can beat Dante, before he can just fuck off and do Dante's stuff. Lucia also mockingly comments on how absolutely crazy she is for him, but he has fucking cement in his head and is so oblivious to that. Yeah, I mean, that's the gist of what you're gonna need to know to get into DMC5. There's plenty more to sink your teeth in if you want to read, but for a cohesive understanding, that's good. This is where we begin. Devil May Cry 5. Nero and Nico are working on the Devil May Cry mobile when a hooded figure waltzes in. Nero, of his bloodline, cracks some jokes to lighten the atmosphere, but the figure is...
Hope you like loud talkers too, cause got a pair of those upstairs.
Not a fan of observational comedy. So he grabs Nero by the arm and slings him like Hulk and Loki in that one Avengers movie. And this tears the Devil Bringer off of his elbow. It reverts to the form of Yamato, which allows the attacker to make an escape, all while Nero succumbs to his injuries, watching helplessly before passing out. And it's here where the manga Visions of V covers a lot of this area really well. You see, the figure who accosted Nero is that of a dying Virgil, whose demonic side is slowly cannibalizing his humanity. His lust for power brings him to his childhood home, so he uses Yamato to purge his deemed weakness. And as he plunges the blade into himself, he removes all memories of his enslavement as Nello Angelo. And as he does, he removes his humanity. Virgil is split into two separate entities. One of these, the human in him, is V, who, watching the event unfold before him, notes just how powerless he was to the situation. It's also thanks to a collection of poems belonging to Virgil that V is even able to recollect his childhood with Dante. This event also spawns 3 creatures, one of which is Griffin, who makes a contract with V for both of their survival. And if you were paying attention in DMC 1, you might recognize these guys.
Block off, Featherface, or you can stick around and find out the hard way.
Eventually, Nero climbs the Qliphoth with V, and as it turns out, Nero's a little late to the party.
Looks like this won't be a total waste of time after all.
Dante, Trish, and Lady are already fighting Urizen, the recently crowned Demon King.
Jackpot.
They're absolutely no match for his power. I mean, he doesn't even leave his seat to defeat them.
The Devil's Sword Sparta no longer serves a purpose.
There's no way Nero can handle this threat on his own, so the DMC crew buys him time to leave.
Round 2.
Dante remarks that Nero is dead weight in a fight like this, and he takes that so personally.
Why don't you sit this one out? Oh, let you call me dead weight again? No thanks.
He never lets this go. Anyways, V and Nero make it out of there despite Nero's wishes. So 1 month passes. The whereabouts of Dante, Lady, and Trish are still unknown. And in a flashback scene, we visit Dante, still struggling to keep the lights on. And it's here where JD Morrison returns. Something's different, JD. Did you get a haircut or something? Also, Dinty gets a call from Patty in the DMC animated series.
Devil May Cry.
Dante, dude, any idea how many times I've tried to call? Like a zillion. Oh my god, tonight's my birthday party. Yeah, I'm turning 18. Not a little kid.
He begs for JD to get him out of it, and he agrees on one condition, that he take this next job.
What? Come on, you don't think I can handle this gig on my own?
It's a big job. Big job, Dante. You're gonna need the help.
And the person to offer him this suicide mission was V. And now that he sees this task as borderline impossible, especially with the crew MIA, he's enlisted the help of Nero and Nico to help them get the gang back together. And since Nero has no right arm anymore, this gives Nico the perfect pet project of a lifetime.
Behold, my genius.
Equipping Nero with the Devil Breakers, mechanical prosthetic arms with a multitude of badass usages. Like uncle, like son, huh? Speaking of arsenals, weapons are the name of the game in this chapter because V overhears the demon Malphus, explaining orders to destroy the Devil's Sword Sparta so Urizen's reign may be truly realized. And lucky for him, he gets to it first. And wherever Sparta is, well, Dante can't be far. And that's true. Here he is lying in a coma in the most extravagant way possible. Now, because Dante is Dante, the way to awaken him is going to be unorthodox. V, seeing no other choice, humors this and threatens to stab Dante in the fucking head. And just before he's skewered, Dante awakens. By this point, Nero's already halfway up the Qliphoth on his own, and Dante does not love that idea.
Gotta get going because that annoying pimple Nero is making a beeline for Urizen, and if he gets there, he's gonna...
So he needs to hightail it up there to save his ass. It's worthy to note that at this point, the tree has grown to a near exponential rate. It's due to the ocean of blood it's absorbed by now. Yeah. This is going to allow the Qliphoth to spawn a divine fruit that could be consumed by only the strongest of demons. Trish even states that this is how Mundus rose as the king of the underworld. So as Dante hightails it to the Qliphoth, he meets again with, well, everybody. Nico explains that she's well aware of Dante's legacy, and Nell Goldstein was her adoptive grandmother.
Yeah, there she is!
And she bequeaths to him Dr. Faust, and we very quickly see the pinnacle of a Hideki Kamiya franchise. Just a moment after that, Nero and Dante beef it out real quick, and then the gang decides to split up.
No.
Okay, alright, time out. It's at this point where the story now ping-pongs between the Tritagonists, and the story starts ramping up to its climax. It's all gas, no brakes. I need you to buckle up. So the very end of this video, it is breakneck.
Fine. I'll go buy my
myself. And it's very dense, so hold on, okay?
Perfect timing.
So Dante's making his way up to the tree, and Nero is assisting V, who is quickly turning into ash and dust. No demonic power courses through his veins anymore, meaning he's on borrowed time and he's gonna soon wither. V shares the same premonition that he shares with Trish. The Urizen has never existed in the underworld, meaning he is an entirely new entity. How did this Urizen spawn, you might ask? Well,
he is Dante's older brother.
That's right. And as Dante confronts Urizen in their childhood home, he tries to reason with Virgil that their mother's sacrifice was for both of them, despite Virgil's fate. He doesn't abide, and ingests the divine fruit regardless. So... it's another brotherly fight, this time with a big scary demon bastard Virgil. And believe it or not, Dante actually wins this fight. And with Urizen Virgil lying on his back, is accosted by both Nero and V, of which V begs to deal the final blow.
No, please, let me. I want to end this battle with my own hands.
And when he does, the two reunite and are reborn as Virgil.
Gasp.
That's fucking badass. That's badass. So this shatters the Clifots' illusion, and their childhood home fades into oblivion. Virgil doesn't want an unfair fight. He tells Dante to go get some rest, and for Nero to just butt out of this one.
Heal your wounds, Dante. Get strong.
But before anyone can interject, he heads to the peak of the tree. So Nero, frustrated and vulnerable, laments about his missing arm, the constant lies, the anger. Why shouldn't he kill Virgil? He's everything wrong in Nero's life.
What is it then? He's your father!
Oh, well there it is. Eventually, Dante continues up the Clifot to face Virgil, and it's here where he meets V's familiars, who are revealed to be the thoughts, yes, that Virgil had as Nello Angelo. Being of their true nature, they do hold a personal vendetta against Dante, and they want his head.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Nothing.
That doesn't happen, obviously. He beats the shit out of all three.
Should have known better. You got a good heart, but you're about as sharp as a marble.
And with that, he ends Virgil's suffering.
It's been a bash.
Alrighty, it's time for that final showdown. Let's go. Oh, my bad. Here we go.
Give me the Amato.
If you want it, then you'll have to take it.
Go ahead. Take it from me.
But you already knew that.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
Yeah, let's rock. And as the two brothers lay it all on the line, battling for their lives, we return to Nero, fighting a war within his mind. He finds a demolished payphone and pays the fee. At the end of his frayed rope, he calls in a Hail Mary. His partner, Kyrie.
You always know which path is right and which is wrong. There's no need to doubt yourself.
Thanks. I guess that's all I needed to hear. I have one last thing to take care of.
Free? No, please free.
I'm coming home.
Here's the key.
Emboldened with a newfound bravery, Nero finds his place in fate.
But this time it's different.
I swear! I'm not letting you die!
Wait, I forgot. What did she tell me to do? I'm stupid. 안쪽에 좀 I won't pay attention.
cuando dicen me.
My jaw dropped the first time I watched this. This is
curious.
Nero. Holy fucking shit. Nero's not letting either brother die. This is not their destiny. And whoever retorts is gonna get a bitch slap from hell. This is not you see, Nero's got a bone to pick, and it looks like Dad's still ready to learn lessons the hard way. So bring it on. So this incredible battle ends with Nero as the victor, which by Nero's rules means it's time for a truce, bitch. And if they're gonna be working together, it means the brothers can finally destroy the tree in the demon world while Nero watches over Earth. Nero knows that this means that the Clyphot dies, the twins are gonna be stuck there forever.
We're trusting you with things on this side.
Capiche? Which is why Dante honors Nero with the leadership of Devil May Cry. And his father leaves his books of poems to Nero. And in his request, return it when they meet again. And like total badasses, they seal their fate, flying head first into the demon world. And it's here where we see the brothers once again quarreling amongst their petty squabbles, meddling with a track of scores, and recounting the days of their youth.
When did you learn to count? We're even.
Just like old times. And eventually, they're accosted by demons once again. They've got no choice but to work together one more time. And how do we cap off such an absurd, funny, badass fucking series? You know what? Take it away, Dante.
Don't you dare say it's a jackpot!
Hey, if you're working on something while you're watching this video, as always, I hope your project goes well. Thanks for watching.
Trash. 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 Trash.
When we talk, people listen. Responsible, reliable, real time. Every minute of every day. Candor News.
What the fuck do I have to go now? I know I have to pay attention, but I like when games keep track of my stupidity. What? Hi, Josie. What are you doing? What are we doing? Josie. Go sleep, Red, and sleep. Wait, what? Oh, another one playing art tonight, though. Oi, what is my shoutout? Shoutout. Where is my shoutout? Where is my freaking clip? Give me a clip. Fuck off. Videos. This one. Fuck off. It doesn't work.
There's no.
Okay, you are safe for now. Thank you, thank you, Jose. Thank you, Wolfie. You too. Have a good night. I'm going to struggle with my own stupidity. It's mine. Do you think she will get angry if I ask her again what I have to do? Okay, what time is it? Let's see if there is another like video too much. already watched this one. The story of Raiden.
Equally gifted and heroic as his contemporary, Solid Snake. We're going to be speaking about a character who went from the red-headed stepchild of the series to a beloved fan favorite.
Hello.
To keep from retreading ground, it is not required, but it is recommended you watch Metal Gear Solid lore for beginners. This is a companion piece to that video. I'm going to be speaking about in-game events as if you know what they are, and I'm also going to be speaking about real-world events that give deep context to Raiden as a character. So for that, this earns the first ever Chipmunku-chan content warning. We're going to be speaking about real men who have cemented themselves as some of the most haunted people in modern history. So, join me on a deep dive on how Raiden started as a fresh face in Foxhound and ended his journey as the muscle of Maverick.
I see this person.
Let's begin.
Fuck off. Context menu. Add.
Today marks one of the most devastating periods in Liberia's history. As just 9 years ago, Liberian politician Samuel Canyon Doe staged a coup. This was the result of a rebellion in 1980. In wake of this move, he would appoint Charles Taylor as director of the General Services Agency. This would see some of the most important purchasing decisions made in the name of the Liberian government. Unrest grew quite quickly with Doe in charge. Development stagnated, and Doe grew paranoid of falling victim to the same gauntlet that placed him in power. In May of 1983, Charles Taylor was fired from his position for stealing an estimated $1 billion. Just a year later, Taylor would flee to the United States in fear of imprisonment, and on the 21st of May, 1984, he would face a warrant for extradition to face his charges of embezzlement, and while serving his sentence for only 4 years, he would eventually escape prison and flee to Libya. It would be here which he would be trained by revolutionary Muammar al-Gaddafi in the art of guerrilla warfare. Taylor would return to Liberia with a swath of rebels assembled in the Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast. In this rebellion, titled the NPFL, invaded Nimba County on the 24th of December, 1989. And it was here which, in retaliation, the Liberia Army opened fire on the entirety of the region. Most of the people belonging to the Mandingo tribe were largely unarmed, and as their villages burned, civilians turned to neighboring countries for refuge. But the NPFL, they were enraged. Seeking retribution for those innocent lives lost, Charles Taylor swore vengeance against Canyon Doe and the Liberian government as a whole.
Charles Taylor is only the mechanism for what you want.
This would mark the beginning of a near decade-long war that would end the lives of nearly 200,000 people. Decades later, in 2012, Charles Taylor, age 64, would be facing a 50-year prison sentence. A direct quote from Judge Richard Lusick on regarding his sentence states the following.
The accused has been found responsible for aiding and abetting, as well as planning some of the most heinous and brutal crimes in recorded human history.
It is during that same war, the bloodiest era in Liberia's history, we'd see one such child. On a rainy day in the turbulent Ivory Coast was Jack. Jack had no chance at a normal childhood. Introduced into this maelstrom through the grisly murder of his parents by U.S. military officer George Sears, a man born, or rather created in 1972 as the perfectly balanced somatic cell clone of Big Boss. George would assert himself as the boy's godfather, and Jack would be one of the first of many names insisted upon him. And this marks the beginning of a hell no one should endure.
I don't know! No!
The Small Boy Unit is one of Metal Gear's most morbid corners of lore. Belonging to the larger Army of the Devil, a military group participating in the First Liberian Civil War. Not unlike its real-world counterpart, the Small Boy Unit was an organization of child soldiers led by Sears. Jack was quickly absorbed by the unit, seeing his first battle before the age of 5. Not long after, he would pick up a rifle and become one of the most prominent forces in the organization. He would rise to the ranks with bone-crunching efficiency, landing him the position of captain of the unit. This wasn't the end of Sears' misdeeds. In order to keep control of his child army, he'd mix their food with gunpowder, force them to watch movies with violent imagery, and would go so far as to force them to kill POWs and civilians caught in their path.
It's a Raiden lore.
It's yours. Now, blow out the candles.
10 of them. One for each year of my life.
Yeah, she was Raiden.
And Jack had such a high body count at the age of 10, people began to refer to him as the White Devil. White Devil being the more obvious name, as he was one of the few Caucasians in the unit, but his Ripper moniker would come from his proficiency with a blade.
The White Devil. Jack the Ripper. My loyal little soldier. That's my little Jack the Ripper.
This, coupled with his excessive cruelty, earned him the accolades he would hold until his involvement with the war would be swept under the rug. A secret to the world, and soon, even himself. Jack's reputation had already superseded. Finding foster care that would saddle the task of raising him proved immensely difficult. The children he'd be leaving behind in Liberia would never learn to read or write. With no way to support themselves, they would turn to violence again, likely nursing their chronic traumatic stress with drug addictions. This trauma itself would manifest in many different ways. A few examples are PTSD and some severe personality disorders. Jack, with proper care, would be one of the lucky ones. A non-governmental organization had extracted him and all of the small boy unit from Liberia without George's knowledge, and it was here where he underwent a dizzying amount of counseling to at the very least keep appearances as a mentally sound individual. This stroke of luck would prove to be a double-edged sword, though. He was the perfect candidate for the Patriots, a shadow organization with a near complete control of the United States. Therefore, he was selected for a set of experiments that would involve invasive augmentations of his body and mind. Implanted in his cerebral cortex were an intrusive amount of nanomachines, which would have him serve as a backup system for George Washington, GW, an optic neural AI designed to maintain the Patriots' control over the United States. These nanomachines served a dual purpose, capable of memory manipulation through the connection and stimulation of synapses through the dormant areas of the brain. This would wipe his memory of his time in Liberia, but would also stabilize Jack in waking day.
There's a lot I don't remember from my past.
Once again rendering him an able-bodied citizen. This, though, was at the cost of daily nightmares, his subconscious still manifesting flashbacks from his youth. You see, the Patriots had selected Jack for a multitude of reasons. Jack condemned his past vehemently, refusing to acknowledge his atrocities. In the Master AI's own words, he turns his back on anything he doesn't like.
Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
But most importantly to the Patriots were his lack of documentation. Thanks to the expunging of the U.S. involvement in the Civil War, there was no such database in which he now existed, making him a digital ghost and a perfect puppet for the Patriots. Upon his return to the United States, Jack would enlist into the military. His skills would eventually catch the eye of the United States Army, specifically the Task Force 21, an experimental cutting-edge program that hosted a rigorous set of exercises conducted by the U.S. Army. And by the 1990s, the TF-21 exercises had incorporated virtual reality into their selective training regiment. Ryan in particular had undergone these trials during his stint as a solo Special Forces officer, going on record to have participated in over 300 VR simulations, some of which were recreations of the Shadow Moses incident in 2005 and the Manhattan Tanker incident in 2007. He would shortly leave the force by January 20th. Jack then would eventually be transferred to Fort Hamilton in the Bureau of New York City. And on April 30th, 2007, in front of Federal Hall, he'd overhear a conversation. The group of men asked a woman which building King Kong had climbed in the movie. She replied that it was probably the Chrysler building. Jack rounded the corner to correct her. claiming that it was the Empire State. The two argued for such an extended period of time that the men had disbanded. And to settle their argument, they both went to the Skyscraper Museum in Battery Park to learn who was correct. But unfortunately for the pair, the building was closed. A week later, the two did meet again, the woman revealing herself to be Rosemary, an intelligence analyst working for the Pentagon at the same military compound. Clearly feeling a connection, Jack asked her out on a date to the Empire State. This would mark the beginning of a 2-year relationship and an eventual marriage. Jack, with not much infiltration experience, was employed by the now non-existent Foxhound to enter the decontamination facility of Big Shell. Guided by the colonel of the group, Roy Campbell, Jack is sent to Lower Manhattan Harbor to rescue multiple hostages, including the U.S. President James Johnson from the Sons of Liberty. The beginning of this mission is where he'd be assigned his true codename, Raiden.
What's wrong with Snake? Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden.
As being referred to as Snake would prove confusing, especially with Solidus taking the moniker of Solid Snake.
Metal Gear.
In terms of the operation, SEAL Team Alpha shared the same orders as Raiden: dispatch threats and rescue the president. While SEAL Team Bravo would be meeting with Peter Stillman, a bomb disposal expert. This was in order to eliminate any threat of explosives placed within the facility. SEAL Team 10 would airdrop onto the site and rendezvous with Raiden, while he alone would infiltrate by sea. Now, Raiden, not unlike the genome soldiers from Shadow Moses, had been augmented for this task, having his blood fully drained and replenished with a nanite-infused substitute, allowing him to dive in sub-freezing temperatures. And it would be through the Hudson River that Raiden plunged deep into the premises of Big Shell. Before he made it into the heart of the facility, he discovered a chain-link fence with a newly cut hole, implying he wasn't the first to infiltrate. Following the clues left behind, he found a room of unconscious guards and an unknown figure rising within an elevator. Raiden quickly dispatches the colonel and relays the information, and Campbell informs Raiden that he's the only person tasked with this very specific route. Whoever's here, they're not on record, and that is where the fear starts to seep in. Raiden's only ever completed VR sessions. He's never set foot on a stealth mission. He's already out of his depth. Someone has matched his wits, knowing the ins and outs of the compound, and taking stealth with an extreme proficiency. It could only mean one thing. And this guy, kind of a big deal. It was also at this time that Roy let loose that he selected the perfect candidate to analyze Big Shell's systems: Rosemary. Raiden, obviously infuriated with the decision, as a mission of this magnitude could easily see her life in danger.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
But both Raiden and Rose had set boundaries of what terms to accept and what orders to take. Only those facing the Sons of Liberty directly should be putting their lives on the line. Alpha Team had successfully located the president, with one major issue. A mysterious figure had launched an assault on the crew before they could extract. Their transmissions cut out before they could dispatch their location, prompting Raiden to carry out his leg of the mission. Running down to Strut V in hopes of the rendezvous, what Raiden would find instead was a massacre. Bodies filled the halls, clearly that of Alpha Team. To make matters worse, the president had vanished. And likely, the killer was still lingering at this location. It was clear that the murder of SEAL Team Alpha was carried out by Dead Cell member Vamp, and Raiden would have been the next victim had it not been for the mysterious stranger that he met in the elevator.
Get down!
That stranger? Navy SEAL Iroquois Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. He informed Raiden about his attacker and the origin of Dead Cell. Pliskin, being a man of many talents, noted that Raiden was a member of the defunct Foxhound, likely something only a previous member would know.
That suit, are you Foxhound?
And Raiden, making the connections, likened the hole earlier to be made by Pliskin. Understanding the gravity of the situation and the legend who stood before him, he accepted his help. And Pliskin would bestow Raiden with his iconic Heckle & Koch Mark 23, a SOCOM pistol. And as he handed him this, Pliskin told him to complete his extraction. It was on this route to the president where Raiden witnessed another slaughter by Dead Cell leader Fortune. Eventually, Raiden would come across Peter Stillman, the bomb defusal expert from before. Peter tasked Raiden and Pliskin with the mission of freezing the C4 detonators to delay any immediate dangers, and they would take their time making a plan of their own. But unfortunately, in this operation, Stillman discovered a proximity microwave-triggered bomb that would eventually take his life. This would also destroy most of Shell 2, and when Raiden would finally find the man responsible, Fat Man, he would defeat him in combat. And as he did so, his ultimate C4 package was left untriggered, saving the facility and likely Raiden's life.
Dud. As in worthless and broken. As in you, jag-off.
Moments before his death, Fat Man explained of a forged $30 billion ransom.
If you destroy the big shell, you'll never collect your ransom.
Ransom? What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
So that's what's going on.
What the hell are you talking about?
Being planted misinformation from the Patriots for the S3 plan. A coordinated event by the group to shape selected individuals into super soldiers on par with Solid Snake. This was the first hint that Raiden would get that something about the entire mission was deeply wrong.
The way you phrase that makes this seem...
Enough! I won't tolerate any more insubordination. I'll say this only one time. You will follow my orders with utmost precision, or you will be court-martialed and thrown into the brig upon your return. Now, do you get me?
So, Raiden, after dealing with Fat Man, once again plunged into the core of Shell 1.
The hostages are being held in B1 conference hall. In the Shell 1 core, you'll find Ames there.
Disguising himself to bypass security and reach Colonel Richard Ames. Once they were united, it was revealed to him that Pliskin was the real Solid Snake.
No! That is not Solid Snake!
Who faked his death after the failure of the tanker incident. And he also learned that the Patriots had constructed Big Shell to house
Arsenal Gear. That's the code name for the new Metal Gear.
A massive warship, and that Big Shell acted as perfect camouflage. But Arsenal wasn't solely armed by the Patriots. Emma Emmerich, Otacon's half-sister, acted as the de facto AI engineer. The damage was already done. Vamp had stabbed her and she had succumbed to her injuries. Laying her to rest and swearing vengeance on her killer, it spurred deep emotions, long buried. Did Raiden enjoy the thought of killing someone? He couldn't shake the awful feeling.
Snake, have you ever enjoyed killing someone?
What are you talking about?
Eventually, Raiden and Snake were able to plant a virus into George Washington. But before they could celebrate their victory, Snake double-crossed Raiden, who was quickly subdued and captured by Olga Gurlukovich, which she ushered Raiden on board to Arsenal Gear. See, Olga's daughter was held captive by the Patriots, and Snake needed to infiltrate Arsenal. So to do that, they needed Raiden's biometric data to gain access. And they were not gambling on the idea of him refusing. So to make matters convincing, Olga roughs up Raiden, and shortly after, he'd be called by Rosemary. Finally, he confesses and divulges about his childhood in Liberia to her, explaining his cold nature and apprehensiveness towards compassion, driving their relationship to contention. Slowly but surely, Raiden began to suspect that George perhaps played a major role in his selection for the S3 plan. Shortly after, Raiden would be awoken, strapped to a torture bed, not unlike Solid Snake in the Shadow Moses mission. Solidus, accompanied by Ocelot, watched over him. Solidus explained to Raiden that he knew him well. Everything he learned, including his thirst for blood, came from him. And while torturing Raiden, his past came flooding to the center of his mind, and in excruciating pain and detail, his sins washed over him, consuming him. Eventually, Olga would return, telling Raiden she was sent by the Patriots to save him. She had not even met her child.
My child is being held hostage by the Patriots.
The Patriots were so swift and cruel with her abduction, stating that a failure in this mission would result in its death. So she would release Raiden and told him Snake awaited him.
Brace yourself.
And while sneaking through Arsenal Gear, Raiden began to get transmissions from the Colonel, each one a little stranger than the last.
I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw 61.
Not able to make heads or tails of the codec calls, Raiden pushed through, with growing suspicions in the back of his mind. With no choice but to carry on, he eventually made a rendezvous with Snake, and as the two shared a moment, the silence was cut by a call from Rosemary. Unexpectedly, she had something to confess.
Jack, I owe you an apology. That day at Federal Hall 2 years ago, it wasn't a coincidence. I was ordered to keep an eye on you.
Keep an eye on me?
Yes, by the Patriots.
Rose had been a Patriot spy since the very moment that they met. Her mission was to romance Raiden and keep close tabs on him.
West, I think.
I fell in love with you.
Shut up! I don't want to hear this bullshit.
I don't wanna hear it.
You reported every detail of my personal life to those bastards for the last 2 years.
In other words, Rose was Raiden's Patriot babysitter. Though she did admit that through the time that they spent together, her feelings grew. She felt a genuine love for Jack, the man she met at Federal Hall.
Jack, I thought I was acting because that was my job. But I did fall in love with you. That wasn't an act.
You expect me to believe that?
Raiden, seething from this betrayal, lashed in frustration. But before he could gain any closure, Rosemary admitted to a bombshell.
I'm carrying a pregnant Jack.
Rose, what's going on?
She was pregnant with Jack's child. Raiden's world began to collapse around him, and slowly he shambled his way to Snake, who would bequeath to him Olga's high-frequency blade. Raiden, not wasting a moment, asked if someone could check in on the Colonel. His messages had left him deeply concerned, and Snake patched into Otacon to investigate.
Raiden, about this Colonel of yours. I found out where he is.
Where?
Inside Arsenal.
What?
And the encryption protocol it uses is exactly the same as that of Arsenal's AI, the so-called GW.
What the hell does this mean?
I think it means you've been talking to an AI.
AI on par with mimicking the full range of human behavior, fed with the data of Jack's memories. He received another message from the AI.
Colonel, who are you? No more questions. We have Rosemary.
What do you mean by that?
Over and out.
What? Rose. Colonel, answer me, you son of a bitch!
Raiden's reality was beginning to shatter. What could he trust? Was Rosemary in danger? Was Rosemary even real? All that time together, was it a fabricated memory? Who was Raiden? Who was Jack? Snake stepped in to stop the spiral.
Don't you get uppity with me, kid. Find something to believe in and find it for yourself. And when you do, pass it on to the future.
Believe in what?
That's your problem.
There was immediate danger and they needed to act upon it. Therefore, the two descended through Arsenal, and eventually, the two were stopped by Fortune, who claimed that Snake was the true enemy and a spearhead of her life's ruin.
You consigned me to hell when you murdered him.
Snake obliged to duel her and left Raiden to continue with his mission. And eventually, Raiden himself would land at the core, met with many copies of Metal Gear Ray units, redesigned from the Navy by the Patriots to be mass-produced. And this staggering amount of Rays would prove to be too much for Raiden, collapsing before defeating them all. Luckily, Olga was able to step in to save his life as she decried Solidus, and therefore, she was killed for her rebellion. Her last words to Raiden were for him to live. And just as Solidus planned to finish what he started, the virus affecting GW's core took effect, and the whole thing came crashing down.
What's going on? What's wrong with it?
GW is out of control.
What?
Arsenal crashed upon Manhattan, And on its way down, Raiden began to learn his role in life. A puppet for the Patriots, with the entirety of the Big Shell mission being a simulation to create another Solid Snake. And now, the similarities between Big Shell and Shadow Moses became glaringly obvious. This was a setup. AI constructions of both Rose and Roy Campbell ordered Raiden to eliminate Solidus.
Our beloved monsters, enjoy yourselves.
At the threat of killing Olga's child and their own. And Raiden swore to the AI himself that this would be the last command he'd ever follow from the Patriots. And as he stood atop Federal Hall, he met with George one last time. Sears explained to Raiden that he would be the one to destroy the Patriots, but that would mean killing Raiden. The backup of GW was the only version left, and if it's stored in Raiden's cerebral cortex, well, there was only one option of getting it back. And after their bone-crunching fight, Raiden would prove victorious. With Solidus falling from Federal Hall lifeless. The Patriots were sated, and the world, for now, would be saved. When the dust has settled, Raiden spoke to Snake, who assured him that he was the master of his own destiny, and no shadow organization could strip him of his humanity. Inspired, Raiden offered to help philanthropy, he and Otacon's group, but Snake declined. Raiden had his entire life in front of him. If anything, it was time to get affairs in order and think about putting the gun down. He knew what was coming. So, reluctantly, Raiden swallowed his fear and his anger and accosted Rosemary. Still madly in love, he forgave Rose's betrayal in the face of the world's most dangerous organization. And with the prospect of starting a family in a newly safe nation, Raiden agreed to stay with Rose. And together, they would begin a new chapter. Deciding to finally settle down, Jack and Rosemary move in together, with plans to raise their child away from the atrocities they'd both witnessed.
You need to see me for who I am, okay?
I will. For you. For our child.
Is that a proposal?
The downtime, with no pun intended, was a double-edged sword for Jack. The high-frequency blades would prove to haunt Raiden. After the Big Shell incident, he became a captive to his fascination for Japanese swordsmanship. He subjected himself to rigorous training regimens, and this obsession sunk so deep, in order to understand samurai code, Jack went so far as to watch samurai movies in his spare time. He also used this newfound downtime to research the Patriot AI systems. One instance had burned a hole within his mind. Given how advanced the artificial intelligence proved to be, it begged the question, was the entity he spoke with during his time in Manhattan a sentient being? Or was the programming so convincing he'd been fooled to believing they acted upon their own desires? If the latter were true, the implications were dire. It would prove the Patriots to be much more sinister than he even previously imagined. Jack's quiet life with Rose would prove to be short-lived. Those fleeting moments of peace were perforated by his memories of time in Liberia.
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War.
As we mentioned when speaking about the child soldiers of Civil War, Jack too turned to substance abuse. Nightly fights predicated troublesome mornings, and Rosemary was living in fear.
I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
It was clear this cycle couldn't continue. Jack had to leave.
Jack, are you okay?
What is it you want with me? Oh my God.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Rose, I'm so sorry. I have no idea where that came from.
And he did, breaking all his ties and ending his relationship with Rose. The final straw for their affair came in the form of a miscarriage, or at the very least, the rumor of one. Once hearing that their unborn child had passed, it sent Jack overboard.
Jack, don't.
Quiet, Rose.
Seeing as he had already left Rose, he abandoned any hope of rekindling their romance. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that at this point, Jack had fully become Raiden, a wandering Ronin who trusted no one else but himself. This lined him up perfectly for his next gig with Big Mama and the Paradise Lost Army. Sonny Gerlukovich, someone Raiden felt responsible for, had been held captive in Area 51.
I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
Big Mama was willing to mobilize her troops to aid Raiden in a rescue mission on the condition that he surrender the location of Big Boss stored within his brain's GWAI backup. And he agreed to the deal, and the extraction went smoothly. Following the Big Shell incident, Roy Campbell grew more and more concerned for Raiden's mental condition. It was during these bouts of PTSD from his childhood that Roy reached out to offer assistance. Oftentimes, Raiden would deflect or altogether avoid Campbell's offer for help.
Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer, but Jack just avoided him. I was all alone.
And seeing Raiden's behavior become more unpredictable and violent, Campbell sought to protect Rosemary and her son from these outbursts. Together, they concocted a plan, one that would shield their child from the Patriots. Their best course of action would be to strike it from any databases and inform Raiden its only other tie with a falsified death. Campbell then severed all ties to Raiden and staked a fake marriage between he and Rosemary. This would allow Raiden to drop his life and pursue the Patriots with renewed rage and vigor. And with the safety of Rose's child at stake, Campbell played this as close to the chest as possible. Not even Meryl, his own niece, knew the truth of the matter, and this nearly ended their relationship.
He's not my father.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
See, Campbell not only protected the mother and child, but often encouraged Rosemary to pursue her dream career in psychological counseling.
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
So long as Roy Campbell stood, the Patriots would not ruin this family. After the raid, Raiden had left Sonny in the care of Otacon and Snake under an anonymous guise. Listless, he wandered the globe seeking a greater purpose. This led to stints of mercenary work and serious soul-searching, bringing him to indigenous Alaska, where he learned hunting techniques and general scoutings from Native American shamans. This would aid him in his next big mission, seeing himself retrieve Big Boss's remains for Paradise Lost. However, those skills would prove inadequate in the wrath of the Patriots, resulting in his capture and brutal torture. Raiden underwent another slew of unethical experimentation, chiefly the exoskeletal enhancement surgery. Continuing Tokugawa Heavy Industries' work on Gray Fox, Raiden would serve as the Patriots' fully realized enhanced humanoid project. His head and spine were, quote, excised from his body from his lower jaw down and subsequently grafted into an enhanced synthetic body. The technology included in these experiments equipped Raiden with muscle enhancements far beyond human capabilities, white blood, a vastly more oxygen-efficient liquid. It would need to be externally dialysized to avoid autotoxemia and would be routinely replaced upon injury. In many ways, robot dialysis. An artificial larynx. Regardless of Raiden's physical state, enunciators were installed to relay messages in case of danger should he be too weakened to speak. And pain inhibitors, to the point of pain merely being a suggestion to his body to flee should he be destroyed. A full year later, Raiden, with the aid of Big Mama, successfully escaped the captivity, and during this rescue, Big Boss's remains were also recovered. And in a safe space to do so, Raiden underwent surgery to flush his body of Patriot nanomachines. The man to both discover and remove them was series veteran, Drago Petrovich Madnar.
Dr. Madnar. He saved my life.
A man of interest during the events of Metal Gear 1 and 2. Although now clear of Patriot control, his augmentations proved to be too severe for him to ever live life again as a normal human being. And Raiden, understanding his fate, chose the option to disappear from his family, his compatriots, and public life altogether.
But that's not the case.
Raiden resurfaces in the jungles of South America, breaking his silence for the war in a form of a codec called the Solid Snake.
Snake, can you hear me? This is Jack, isn't it?
Fuck off.
Jack is no more. Where are you now? I'm right beside you.
Warning him of an oncoming PMC ambush. In the midst of Raiden explaining his whereabouts for the last few years, his call with Snake cuts.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
It would only be after hearing Solid had defeated Laughing Octopus that Raiden would be able to reestablish a connection. And together, they were tasked with tracking down geneticist Dr. Naomi Hunter. His time spent in native Alaska would finally prove useful in tracking her location. And when they did finally drop in, Raiden revealed his newly manufactured body and swordsmanship skills to Snake. Subdued only by excessive force, he met again with Vamp, Emma's killer, who stabbed him to test his artificial blood replacement. The two shared a snide remark of their shared immortality before finally being freed.
No, I just don't fear death.
Seeing this as an opportunity to strike, he and Vamp engage in a battle to the death. The fight's intense, with Vamp the first to fall. And as he does, Raiden boards Snake's helicopter to escape, requesting that Snake see Big Mama in Europe.
Snake, Raiden. Europe. See, the three would eventually find themselves on the Nomad, Snake, Otacon, and Sunny's transport aircraft.
Now, let it cook for 1 minute.
Where he'd undergo dialysis once again. Hearing that Solid was heading for Shadow Moses to defeat Liquid Ocelot, Raiden couldn't take it anymore.
You have a family. I have no family.
Pizza.
He begged Solid to let him join. Killing Liquid would mean ending the Patriots, a solace he'd never felt in his 30-odd years of living. And much to his dismay, Solid once again declined.
This is my fight.
My
destiny.
This mission was his, and his alone. Not taking no for an answer, Raiden pursued Snake after his recovery, sneaking into Shadow Moses and subsequently saving Snake from a gecko ambush. Seeking to put an end to Vamp's reign of terror, the two fought atop the original Metal Gear Rex, where eventually Raiden would defeat his fated adversary.
This is my bathroom. This is my office.
And as Vamp fell in a heap, Otacon's Mark II dispatched the condition of a Fox Alive virus from Sunny to Naomi.
Good for you, Sunny. You finally did it.
Which resulted in Naomi activating her nanomachine suppressors to eliminate both herself and Vamp. Sacrificing her life for the good of the world. There wasn't any time to grieve. Geckos were due for another ambush. So, Snake and Raiden took to the Metal Gear Rex to delay their attackers. Barreling their way down a tunnel to get to Liquid Ocelot, Snake had no choice but to continue to pursue Liquid, leaving Raiden behind. Snake would continue the path, eventually fighting Liquid Ocelot, piloting a Metal Gear Ray.
It's not over. Not yet.
And Raiden, to free himself, dismembered his arm and took off towards Solid. Raiden would spot that Solid near death's door was soon to be crushed by a recently erected outer haven. And Raiden, making that bold sacrifice, stood before the massive warship and momentarily held it in place.
Exactly.
Buying Snake time to escape and barely holding back the vessel, his thoughts turned to Rosemary. After Outer Haven had departed, Raiden would be recovered. He'd survived the impossible, and through Otacon's opinion, he'd be advised to go no further. His sacrifice was not in vain, but this would be his last stop. Raiden obviously did not stop. While Snake infiltrated the ship, Raiden snuck aboard, And at this point, he's missing both arms and wields his sword betwixt his teeth. His first task would be to stop a group of Haven troopers from reaching Solid Snake. And this would be the first time anyone saw Raiden's newfound electric lightning-like powers. And eventually the two would find each other back-to-back at the entrance of the infamous Microwave Hall. The Fox Alive virus needed to be installed into GW to destroy the Patriots, and Raiden asserted himself as the one to go. His body would be immune to the perils that awaited, but once again, Snake, a martyr for a greater cause, insisted he be the man to make the trek.
It's my duty to put an end to all of this.
And while Snake endured an unknowable pain, Raiden would hold his would-be attackers at bay. The world depended on the two, and the men's worlds crumbled at their feet in real time. Snake succumbing to his injuries and Raiden failing to keep steady ground. Things looked grim. This was nearly the end, had it not been for a last-moment success.
We did it!
The virus had been uploaded, and as it did, every GW nanomachine would deactivate, saving Raiden's life. And with the world at peace, Raiden was admitted to a hospital at an undisclosed location. If the novels are to be taken into account, likely somewhere in Maryland. Now equipped with a rudimentary artificial skin to pass as a normal human being, he would spend a month in recovery. And during that stint, he would be visited by Rose and their child, John. He had not ever heard that his child made it, believing John to be Campbell's son. Therefore, he shunned the two. Rosemary explained the truth of the matter. If Raiden scorned his family, the Patriot would have no reason to capture them. And knowing the truth and the guilt that followed, he immediately forgave the two. Rose duly admitted her guilt for not informing Raiden due to the imminent danger that they both faced. Putting the past aside, Raiden met John, his own son, for the very first time.
Oh, wait.
And the family, at last, was together. And to himself and to his family, Raiden promised that this would be the last time he'd ever run away.
Rose. I'm done running.
Rose agreed, and she too vowed that she'd no longer live in fear.
And
Mince
I'm no longer afraid.
I'll never leave you alone again.
Life at the end of the Guns of the Patriots incident was rough for Raiden. Normal work would prove impossible, with imperceivable strength and uncanny artificial skin. Seeing special ops as his only practical avenue, Raiden would undergo several upgrades. Fitted with cosmetic augmentations such as a new artificial skin and carbon nanotube muscle fiber. This would allow him to take grunt work with little combat, and should he be clothed, he'd pass as any other bodyguard. So Raiden, seeking to provide for his family, would eventually turn back to the military. And it's here in his tenure where he would run into Boris. Together they discuss Maverick Security Consulting, a private military group specializing in relief to developing countries destroyed by civil wars. Seeing a personal mission in front of him and levying his options, Raiden accepts the request and is enlisted into the PMC. Raiden would see himself working closely with Maverick's own Kevin Washington for his first few gigs. One notable mission was the tracking of Albanian mafiosos who fled to Montenegro. This task proved troublesome, as the three had undergone extreme augmentation. Had it not been for Kevin's enormous list of expertise, Raiden likely wouldn't have made it through. Together, the duo formed a strong bond over the few years.
We got it.
And these 4 years of global travel meant he'd hardly ever see the family he supported, going months without any FaceTime. But Raiden, committing to be a present father, did it all for little John. It would be in 2015 that he assisted an undisclosed country in Africa torn apart by a civil war. This included meeting its prime minister, Nemani. And Nemani commended Raiden for his efforts, claiming he'd help rebuild the country, quote, without even firing a shot.
You are full of surprises, Mr. Lightning Bolt.
He and Raiden became quite close over this period, and Raiden, not wishing to resurface his past, never revealed his true identity. And in good humor, this earned him the moniker
Mr. Lightning Bolt.
Just doing our job, Mr. Prime Minister.
There were even moments where the Prime Minister wished himself in a position of handling the Liberian Civil War. Maybe then, with him in charge, Jad's life could have been different. If he were there, he could have been saved. The Desperado Enforcement LLC shows themselves to the world in form of a violent ambush in Africa. They were equipped with high-frequency blades and clearly deadly swordsmanship. Within the PMC were two notable members, Jetstream Sam and Sundowner.
Nothing changes.
Boris demands Raiden to quell the assault and protect the Prime Minister. He is only partially successful. Sundowner had made it out with Nemani, abducting him with a modified Metal Gear Ray. And for a moment, Raiden and Sundowner meet. He consistently refers to Raiden as Jack, and also reveals that the country's become far too stagnant and peaceful in the eyes of the war economy.
Africa's just getting a bit too peaceful.
What? The death of Nemani would stir things, and this would ensure Sundowner's got a payroll for the foreseeable future. Blood is money, after all.
Slow and painful.
He then puts Raiden in front of the Metal Gear Ray to distract him while he makes his escape. Raiden wasn't so easy to give up. He tracked Sundowner, Sam, and the Prime Minister down to a train. Seeing himself in the corner, Sundowner ran his blade through Nemani, fatally wounding him.
No!
And as Nemani lies bleeding, his last words were an order to hunt Sundowner.
Raiden, forget me. Stop him.
And Raiden would happily oblige. And just as he can get down to Sundowner, Sam is able to intervene. And it's here where Samuel shows his proficiency with a blade. He's able to bisect Raiden's arm and obliterate his left eye. Raiden wouldn't have made it out alive if it weren't for the train coming out of the tunnel.
Lucky devil.
And in such a horrific condition, he's able to pull himself back onto the train before losing consciousness, watching Sam make his getaway. This would prove to be a crushing defeat, resulting in the devastating loss of a country's peace. To Raiden, the death of Nemani was far beyond failing a mission, and it was losing a friend. Raiden's recovery wasn't easy. Having to replace his optical nerve stirred memory of his time in Liberia. He figured that if the Patriots had scavenged to the bone of what remained of his human body, why not take the leap into full cybernetics? His personal request was to undergo the transformation and become something more than human. The man to helm this operation, Wilhelm Voigt, commonly known as Doctor, had never undergone a full-body reconstruction before. Both he and Raiden would be at the bleeding edge of ethically dubious science. Equipping him with a knowledge of full-body cybernetics, Doctor became a pioneer in his own right, trusting Raiden's deadly skill to perfect his creation. He would need data, information, and he would need it from the source.
Oh, and their left hands, if you please.
Excuse me?
The combat data stored on holographic memory, typically located in the left hand. That data is very valuable.
Doctor's thirst for knowledge combined with Raiden's for blood, they were the perfect pair. A match made in hell. Part of Raiden's rehabilitation required a set of customized VR missions before he could be considered battle-ready. As warfare technology increased, so did the capabilities of combat. Therefore, Raiden was trained to fight one-on-one with cyborg entities, and his body came with a slew of new upgrades, including a body blade, an enhanced tracking ability, and extremely improved running speed. Hoping to behead the proverbial Hydra, Raiden then hunted the desperados with extreme veracity. This string of hatred would see him in Sukhumi, the capital of Abkhazia, where a military group had ravaged the country, resulting in the president and most of the cabinet killed. Trudging through the endless gecko bots and prototype weaponry, eventually, Raiden stood at the feet of the refinery silo, at the behest of his next adversary.
I am Mistral, the cold wind of France.
Mistral knows everything there is to know about Jack. She informs them of their shared past as child soldiers and the cruelty of the modern world.
We had our own civil war in the 90s. So you see, cut from the same cloth, you and I.
Raiden, quick to prove otherwise, attacked Mistral. And it would be here in the refinery they would fight to the death, spurring a bone-crunching battle from top to bottom of the facility. Eventually, Raiden would prove the victor, with Mistral being inundated and frozen with liquid nitrogen. And as Mistral lies in a heap, Raiden hears a distant radio call intended for Mistral. The caller was that of Andrei Belzev, a supposed member of Chechen National Congress. Raiden quickly barked the order to surrender. When Andrei denied the request, it was clear to both parties. More blood would be spilled.
Why would I surrender? We are exactly where I want.
Shit. Raiden would eventually rescue a group of children in a research facility in Mexico. One of these boys was a Guyanese child named George.
¿Estás bien? What you say?
Staving off his traumatic injuries from a man of the same name, he discovered that the trafficked children were subjects for cybernetic testing, specifically the grafting of cyborg brain casings. It would soon become apparent that Sundowner and a collegiate were supervising the facility, sending these children's brains to America. The collegiate mentioned was Colorado Senator Stephen Armstrong.
Are we done here? I've got a full slate today. Tecumseh is a demanding mistress, and America has suffered long enough. Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Let me see you out.
Whose ties to the World Marshal PMC were deeply involved with Desperado, being the chief supplier of their cybernetics. Raiden, blinded by rage, demanded to hold Stephen responsible. Kevin was quick to suggest that all methods of gathering evidence for a case would prove hugely illegal.
This is World Marshal and a U.S. Senator we're talking about. There won't be any headlines.
But Raiden wasn't having it. This wasn't about justice, it was about revenge.
We'll figure it out once the kids are safe.
Jesus Christ! Kevin, out!
He sent a resignation letter to Boris as he and Doctor headed to World Marshal HQ.
Look, I'm fed up with all of it. Companies like ours, yours, bend the laws when it suits business. Why not bend it when it can save innocent lives?
His hopes were that Doctor could rewire the brains so the children could have a normal life. And heading down to retrieve the heads, World Marshal Corps snuck up and set up an ambush. Though eventually he would escape and continued through HQ. And Boris called multiple times demanding explanations, to which Raiden replied that,
"We can't have any more Jack the Rippers. You saw what happened with George. I'm doing this, Boris. I have to."
He had no worries of his family being hunted by desperados, safe in an undisclosed location in New Zealand.
You won't change my mind, Boris. This is my fight now.
And your wife and son? What of them?
They're in New Zealand. Safe.
Therefore, Maverick couldn't officially support or govern his efforts, but Raiden was able to stay in Boris's good graces.
All right, damn you.
Eventually, deeper within the premises, Raiden is reminded by Sam that the men he's killed had no choice but to face him. The only other option would have been poverty or death.
My sword is a means to an end, to protect those you'd prey on.
Really? Let me ask you. All those cyborgs you've killed up to now, maybe they weren't kids, but they were people. You ever think about them? When you're chopping them into hamburger?
And this, coupled with the anguished thoughts of the cyborgs hammering his mind, drove him further and further to madness.
Please God, don't let me die.
Let's do this!
Whatever it takes to be free of this torture.
Stop it!
Matters only became worse when he ran into Monsoon, another Desperado member.
My name is Monsoon.
Back one from 8.
The winds of destruction.
Who prodded him about the nature of killing and how violence is a birthright to humankind. Raiden couldn't take it anymore. The pain inhibitors dropped, and Jack the Ripper was revealed.
I think it's time for Jack to let her rip.
And yeah, Monsoon didn't stand a fucking chance. Jack promised Kevin there'd never be another like him. And maybe for the wrong reasons, he'd agree.
I don't want this for anyone else.
All right, man.
Later.
Soon, Raiden would be able to track Sundowner to Denver, Colorado, learning that children were being subjected to VR training, not unlike Jack.
The same regimen you went through in Liberia. Effective program. Just look how you turned out.
And he would be helpless to stop an oncoming event that would be in 2 hours imminent, Operation Tecumseh. And should it succeed,
none of this will matter in 3 hours. Demand for PMCs is about to skyrocket. Like the good old days after 9/11.
the two had little chance to discuss granular details, so Raiden quickly kills him with vehicular manslaughter. Raiden and Maverick come to an understanding together. Operation Tecumseh involves violating peace treaties and talks in Pakistan.
The president. He's on his way to Pakistan. If something happens to him there...
Oh, shit. The War on Terror Part 2.
And so, with the destination of soulless space and aeronautics, Raiden carves a path to stop the world from another war. Eventually, through a series of unfortunate events, Raiden would land in Denver.
128.
And he battled through hordes of cyborgs. And once Doctor learned of Raiden's survival, they once again communicated.
Raiden, are you all right?
I can handle this. You just get those brains out of here.
And what will you do?
Get out of here and to the launch site.
Unbeknownst, he would take Sam's motorcycle and leaving a note stating it would return to its rightful owner. On his way to Solus, he ran again into his adversary, Jetstream Sam.
Fancy meeting you here.
You knew I'd come.
And they spoke about their place in the world, and not of whose view was most righteous, but whose view would remain in history.
History will decide who's right. End of story.
Both understood there was only going to be one way to settle things. Two samurai of opposing life circumstances, fated to be rivals. To honor another man of such lineage, and to see it to its very end. To live and die by the blade, this was the way.
And it ends here.
Okay. Let's dance!
Raiden would hardly manage to do just such, impaling Sam with his sword and laying him to rest. Raiden's companion Blade Wolf would retain Sam's blade to honor his memory. And as Sam passes, the grim realization dawns upon Raiden.
He barely had any cyborg enhancements.
He was just simply Brazilian. Raiden would eventually arrive at Shabazad Air Base.
it's here where he would learn of the World's Marshal's plan to frame Desperado with the attack on Namani. See, their XIFF ID rung up as unaffiliated, which is a tag that Desperado shared, especially at the time during the ambush on the president. So, hoping to get U.S. attention on the matter, Raiden sought to destroy the base's control tower. And on his way to do so, he noticed Blade Wolf in a crumpled heap. And before he could shield himself from an oncoming ambush, he was attacked by the Metal Gear Excelsius, piloted by none other than Senator Stephen Armstrong.
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
Once he revealed himself, the gig was up. And in a monologue, he explained his motives. To stimulate the war economy, he was to frame the attack on Namani as a jihadi rebel assault. And should the plan go through, he would have evacuated the president to the United States. Now, obviously, this did not go to plan, resulting in the death of the president. Now, if Stephen felt comfortable enough to explain this all to Raiden, it was obvious he thought he wouldn't survive to tell a soul.
Idiot!
So, hopping back into Excelsius, Armstrong sought to rid the world of the Ripper once and for all. This didn't happen. Raiden was able to bisect the legs of Excelsius, decapitating the Metal Gear and impaling it with its own sword. Pretty badass. But being put on the back...
Let me read you properly while I'm making a Skyrim moment right here. So mu eta ayotun. Let me see. Hi, sweetheart. Vilken stark. Nice name.
I might have too much shit.
Oh, what's that? You might pay that dog. That's not pressing the button.
Don't know.
Oh no. That's more like it. Thank you. Thank you. As you can see, I'm started to being smacked by someone. Who is the person trying to attack me? I don't know. Sweetheart. Okay. Yes. I'm playing, for those that doesn't know, I'm playing Shadows of the Doubt, which is kerosene. What the fuck? Show size 7. Show size 6. Who the fuck is that person? What's he doing in here? Does they know there is a fucking body in there? Wait, maybe it's the... Huh? Take that. Okay. What's your name? Let me hit you again. Angelo Armstrong. You know this person? Yeah, that's Rashina Rodriguez, is my partner. No, sure, Sherlock. Well then, you would mean? No. Painful investigation. Okay. No. Thank you. Can I uncouth someone? So this is the Angelo Astrom. And this is Rashina. And I need the Angelo. The Angelo. Fuck. Access room letter. Okay, let me see. What is Armstrong? That's all. Are you going to use your shower? This is a payment for shooting me. What the hell? So we have two types of fingerprints. Armstrong's and Regina. We have a diary. D'Angelo Armstrong. Maybe I cannot pull out. The okay, let me see. Kerosene, inspect. Size 7. And these are. Is there any? What's that? What's that though? Matchbook. Wait. Okay. Armstrong. China. This is 666. 666, which checks out because it, oh wait, this is a 7 and this one is a 6. Regina Rodriguez, so Regina Rodriguez. Wait, Armstrong. Interesting. Lara throw something. Smile. Assign accessory for 3 blocks. Yes, access glue. Con. I haven't found anything. Wait, red eyes. On the floor. Is there anything else? Shoe size 7. I don't see. Oops. I think that's everything. Oh, this is a call. I don't. Can I talk to them? No. Let me see. Wait, where I have to go? Access group. Oh.
Foot Armstrong then stepped out of the machine.
Slippery little bastard! Please, do.
I don't have time for this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
And used Excelsius to activate his nanomachine, son, and begin to pummel the dog shit out of Raiden. He didn't stand a chance in hell against the Senator.
You piece of shit!
And while being bludgeoned, Raiden learned Steven's views of the world, calling America rotted to the core, wishing to obliterate the country and give it a vainglorious rebirth as a lawless land fueled by animalistic pursuits for individual beliefs. He insisted this would be the perfect method for purging the weak-blooded, which is just another tally on the Metal Gear eugenics list. Just as Raiden was about to lose his fight to the Senator, Blade Wolf had recovered. And as it stood, it relayed a message from Samuel.
2 years I've been working towards this. And on the last day, Blondie has me downing the whole thing. We'll leave it up to fate then, shall we, Wolfie? A duel to the death. May the best man win.
Sam.
I cut him down, and that's that. Back to a regularly scheduled international incident. But if he beats me, if I die here, the lock on my blade will disable after a couple hours. What happens after that is up to you, Wolfie.
Nice outside the access for 3
Instilled with newfound confidence and rage, Raiden equips the HF Muramasa blade.
Not used in anger. Not used for vengeance.
Eso es solo
But now I'm not so sure. And besides, this isn't my sword.
And dropping a Samuel Rodriguez classic. The fight's on. More and more so during this clash, Raiden gains solid ground. And just as the battle rose to its absolute peak, both parties gnashing their blood-stained teeth, Raiden did the impossible.
Well done, Jack. Your dream dies with you.
Maybe not. You've guaranteed the status quo will go on. For a while longer, at least. War will continue as an institution, as an industry. Men will fight for reasons they don't understand. Causes they don't believe in.
Goring Stephen Armstrong with his fist and wrenching his still beating heart from his chest and crushing it between his fingers, vanquishing his greatest foe. Raiden would later fall into the annals of history as an anti-hero, honored for his sacrifices and duty, but at the cost of many good people. His legend would remain as a loose cannon with a bone to pick, loyal to none. In truth, it would only be to those who he cared for most. Sonny is a prime example, and as someone who still idolized him, viewed him as a gentle beast.
The Raiden I know is a hero.
An exonerating feeling, given he lived and fought every waking day to right the wrong against children entangled in war. Rewriting his own history, doing what no one could do for him, Raiden planted himself in history as Maverick's renegade. A hero whose tapestry was unfurled by fate and written in blood. In war, there are no heroes, and there is no righteous few. But for humanity's sake, and Raiden's too, the blood of the innocent shall not flow. So long there stands Jack the Ripper.
Adios, amigos.
And to himself and to his family, Ramen? And to himself, Blyden.
Shut up! Shut up!
1935. 1935. Let's see. Newspaper. Money. Oh shit. Lady. Sales record. No. Employee details. Oh, this is interesting. Shopkeeper. Wait, This is hold on. I'm having a stroke. This, what am I? Here. Open evidence. It's connected to Regina. We can find this. Let me. I already have Regina. Actually, I'm going to grab this one. As I'm also going to grab Regina's. There we go. Okay. Fairy bread. Money. Business car. Honey. Okay. Stash candy, stray. Money. More money. Johnson name. No, not this one. Note. No. And remember the Pascal, the year you were born. She was born in 1930. 935. Fine. Okay, this is good. May. What is I cannot help but notice that with this exactly with correspond exactly with starts colas sugar beers home games. I have a nation on the schedule from now on and you are not this genius. Print. This one is interesting. Morning. Heard from the rest that you haven't up to no good here after now. Think you could deal with my nose? You have until the end of the week. Otherwise I will be watching the tubes. Annie, Nami. Two, wait no. Two from Annie. Okay. Listen up. You saw nothing, okay? Never matched on below, and I didn't indicate any particular preference in mind. And if we did, right? Annie. To Lima. Just in case. Hi Annie. Copy, exit. Employee database. No, fuck. No. What? I hate the computers. Who is Reginald Rodriguez? Okay, nothing in here. Whiskers. I see. I can see. Fuck off. Fuck off. Civilians. Background. Monday. Huh? I don't see this. The people. Wait, that's not enough. No. Wait, that's an name. That's really strange. Back rooms. Oh, that's me. Wait, if that's me, that means she was here. Non-citizen. Who are you? Numerals. No, they have different skin tone. Penny, it looks like she, yeah. Huh. Is there among those? Wait, is it me? Oh no. Huh. That's curious. Hijo Young. Hijo Young. I'm trespassing because we are after hours. Let me see. There's most really something, right? Hey, money. Okay, let me... Where was... I was the fiance, Armstrong. It is... Dear Falcon. Angelo Armstrong. There we go. To our house. No, this one. To the Werner house. Oh, it's you. Oi, stay still. No, I haven't. Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to solve the mystery of it. Oi. Okay. Aku Young Towers. Young Towers. Young Towers.
Work hard for your money, so make it work hard for you.
Young
Just ask your
Towers.
check exchange program, and we'll take care of the rest. Kensington Indigo.
in my live here. Let me see. Let's make a good answer to my business. Oh my god. Doesn't seem like there. I honestly lost. I don't know how to. What's the full name? I'm a bit lost. Here, let me see. What is the police station? No, this game is interesting, but it's very hard. Let's try. Here.
Des gens responsables, fiables, temps réel, chaque minute, chaque jour. Candor.
The opposition looking cool. Let's crash. Fastball into the edge of the beast. Too bad it's out. The corps are gonna have something to say about that one. A high-handed demi-lob to bring the jack down 8.5 meters from the plate. Gemsteader, whatever the weather.
Why not? Are you seeing here? Can see a hub. Are you seeing you know this person? Oh, fuck off.
The corps are gonna have something to say about that one. Score! The Blues take the lead. Another player stepping up to the mark.
304, 304, 304, 304. 304. 304.
Fastball right down through the field to kiss the deck. It's a curveball, swooping straight out to 8 meters 43. Another player stepping up to the mark. That's a fastball, snapping straight to the center of the piece.
304. 304.
It looks like that's the way they want to play it. The next hitter doesn't look happy, fidgeting around the circle. That's a fastball, snapping straight to the center of the piece. No score.
No. Size 981. Size 981. Nothing. Yoink. Come here. Where are the lights? No, nothing for that. Okay. In your house. Okay, let me see. What do you have? I don't know. Aku. Hey, somehow I didn't suffer from fall damage. Anyways, I think I'm going to end it here because my brain is slowly turning to mush. And even though I could play another game, I feel like it's a long game, and it's a game that I feel if I open it, Mo is going to be like, I want to play this, and I want to invest myself instead of rest, as he should. So yeah, let me see who is online. Elara, you're lovely and I adore you, but
Let's be real. Together they end up in a derelict.
you are a bit in the middle. Fuck off. But are you going to eat? Bun? Oh, let's go for right bun. Let's go right bun. Bum 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 bum. Happy birthday. Yeah. Well, the game I was going to play is Phantom Brigade, which is a match game. Smile. So let me thank you so much for the riders who are Jose, Mo, and Takao. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, so Digital Pen King, for streaming today and inviting me to play some Son of the Forest.
How about I do this?
Oh my god, there's too many points.
How about that? Oh shit!
Ooh.
Well,
Oh, he break his leg.
07.
Shush you. Shush.
We did the same thing, man.
Something.
Oh no, I think I'm traumatized.
Oh, man.
That's so stupid.
Okay, let's go. Right.
How you doing, man? Enjoy your trip as well?
Tomorrow, Survival Sundays.
I think that might
I have to say,
PTSD now.
shush you too. So, tomorrow, Survival Sundays with Digital Pen King, Ruby. No, wait, that's not the correct order. Is Apen Live, Digital Penguin, me, Ruby, OPQRS, RS, Ruby Ravenwing, and Sleepy Slee. So yeah, tomorrow, Survival Sundays, I'm rushing. This is the Discord and also remember this. I'm trying my best, Kiki. So yeah, raid is going to be happy birthday. And if you're not sub, that's for not sub, and this is if you're a sub. Use whichever you want. We go always with the pop because it's lovely and it's played by Kiki. Aha! So now we're going to bun. Let me go to my channel first so I can. No, I want to go to my channel, not to my dashboard. Chat, why am I so stupid? Can you explain why I'm so stupid? Not even science kind. Okay, right. Bun Coven. Take care everyone, be nice to Boom, give her tons of kisses. She's lovely, adorable, and very thick. So yeah, take care, see you tomorrow in Survival Sundays. And join the Discord because I post photos of my kitty. Smile. Yes, it's a bribe. Thank you, Moo. Thank you for the raid. Love you, Moo. Also, if you ever see my my profile pic and banner, it's made by Moo. We love Moo.